Okay, say words, babe.
I'm saying words, babe.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. Okay. So I will tell you what I found. First off, found more breeding pairs. Okay, so they've updated all the breeding pairs, which is good. Prunelia, remember how she used to be like pretty much top dog in like everything?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's been knocked down by a lot. Okay, so um her planting is 3, her handiwork is 1, her gathering is 2, her medicine production is 3, and transporting is 1. She is like low on like
She is
as
low
far as
now.
cause like with the top being like level 8 and she's all the way down at 3, that Patalia is above her at 4, Lylene's above her at 7. So basically I'm gonna be making a lot of books. Or getting a lot of books.
Yeah. Is her passive still the same?
Yes, she does have the increasing harvesting passive. So I've at least thought of a couple farms I'm gonna have. Let's see, because if I'm gonna have 5, because you have 5, I have 5. I want a production farm. That one's gonna be in itself. That's gonna be where it produces all the ores and processes everything, right? And that's also gonna be my main storage facility. I'm gonna have the breeding/cake farm. I'm gonna have the resource farm, which by the way, I need to get a Dumud because apparently the Dumud drops high quality PAL oil in the farms, in the ranch.
Oh, cool. There's a boss version of that we can probably fight.
Ooh, yes, yes, so we can get that.
It's not that high level. It's like level 20 something,
But
I think.
I like the ranch farm being its own thing
Yeah,
because
I
that's a
do
really
agree.
good way of gathering a bunch of resources together. Okay, so would you like to write down the thing or would you like me to just say it when you're ready to get in? Spa, as in I'm going to the spa. I'm 85 years old. No, I'm not 85, but you know what I mean. Ooh, my face is lagging quite a bit. Why? I'm going to check if it's a V-Bridger thing or if it's a... Because I might need to reload V-Bridger if that's the case. Ma, 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 ma. Ma, 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 ma. It's a V-Bridger thing. It's delaying. Or is it a connection thing, maybe? If I
Could be a
disconnect.
connected thing.
Disconnect from phone. Disconnect. There we go. That's better.
Alright,
Okay. So, I wanted to take a look to see are there gonna be any POWs that like I wind up like preferring other than others? Like I don't want to put a ton of work into one baton if I wind up going with somebody else, you know? As far as waterers go, there's not a ton of good options, in my opinion. Like, I mean, there's a lot of good options, like technically, but as far as ones that fit the aesthetic of the base, oh, I forgot about this dude right here, Clovey. What is wrong with you, Clovey?
Clovey is good in the base.
Yeah. I wanted to write him down. I was looking for he increases gathering, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
believe so.
Yeah. Where's
Reload my OBS because it just didn't.
That's okay. Um,
Um,
Clovey, gathering boost. Okay, so Wistella is actually really good. Um, I'm gonna wind up going with Gloopy Primo. I don't even know where to get a Gloopy Primo. But that's what I'm going to wind up going for my waterer. And that's
Oh,
level 2. That's level 2. Technically, I could still go with T-Fant, but I want to take a look at Gloopy Primo because you know how I really like the Gloopy, but it's like too dark for my base?
yeah.
Gloopy Primo is pink.
Oh,
Uh-huh. So I kind of want to check it out. I want to see if I can go over there and see if it's over there. I don't know. I could look at the map and figure out where it is, but I'm still doing a little bit of exploring. I don't want to necessarily know everything right off the bat. I still want to be wrong about some things.
yeah, yeah. Uh,
I will look up some breeding pairs later, like Prunellia. I've already written down a couple of breeding pairs. Hey, would you like to know what can breed together to breed a Prunellia? An Incineram and an Incineram not. So next time we have a raid coming up, let's not ignore it. Because I need an Incineram and an
yeah,
Incineram not.
yeah. That is that. Yeah, that's smart. Um. Okay, okay. I'm gone live. Invite code.
Spa 85. Uh, P.
About 85p.
Yeah.
Are you? Where are you?
I am in. Where am I? I'm in the Scar of War.
Oh.
Hey, rude, 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 rude. Oh, okay, I see, I see.
I am good. I'm still loading things up. Sent you the stream collab invite thingy.
Ah, that was hot.
Oh, apparently you're still in it.
What? Oh, right, yeah, yeah, I'm in
Yeah,
it.
you were still in the stream collab.
Hell yeah, I never left that shit. I'll collab with you all day, every day, babe. Okay.
Yay. Do this one. And then I think. Yeah. Day 2, let's go.
Yep, I'm excited. Basically, all I did to change my title was instead of saying release day, it says journey continues. So
I
yeah.
added just like day 2. Well, although Palworld my Twitch title is Palworld 1.0 Day 2. Sleep is for the weak
Yeah, pretty
and
much.
weak.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta keep going, but to be fair, like I feel nice and refreshed now, so.
Yeah. I really needed that extra hour. I just got a
There's a fire that broke out at your base already? Damn, what the fuck keeps happening? Why are there so many fires at your base?
well because bandworms breathe fire and set my mining platforms on fire.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And every time I load in, there's bandworms like right around my base.
Mm, that's gotta be super fun.
Yeah. Hello,
What?
my fluffy friend got knocked out.
Oh, no.
I also got a good power from an egg.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I didn't even check to see if any eggs going on. Oh, next one.
The Hellzephyr Lux.
Oh, that is good.
4 electricity, 5 transporting.
Mm-hmm.
That is, yeah. Oh, and it's got capacitor on it? Increased lightning attack damage. Nice. Oh, that's a flying mount. Awesome. I mean, I want it at my base, but that is cool.
You can use it at the base, or you can fly on it, whatever you want to do. You can do both.
Oh no, it's an eagle to do both.
So many plans. It's gonna be like breeding. So much breeding I need to do and building. Still exploring the land. I love the watchtowers. Mostly because I spend so much time just like flying over every single tiny little patch of map.
They are nice. They are really nice. Like, it doesn't have to reveal an entire section, but what it does reveal is nice.
Mm.
Where am I? I am in my base. Okay.
I still like we still haven't invented sanctuaries.
We really haven't. Things knocked on
Okay,
unconscious.
I'm trying to look for the shipwreck island thingy, but I think that might be outside the desert. I don't know. Is that it? Oh, that might be it right there. Yeah. Do I know if it's over there? No, I don't. But we're gonna go over there anyways, because it might be over there.
Cool. So I can set work preferences for my van worm is no longer going to transport.
I'm gonna keep my Wumpo baton. In fact, I want to breed my Wumpo. Wumpo's a
Wempo.
really good transport. It's got 6 transporting.
Ooh.
Yeah. Also, the Ophidia. Ophidia? Ophidia does 2 things. It plants and it waters. Okay.
Oh, that is nice.
Hold on, hold on.
It's nice when you get a pal that does both.
Yeah, but I'm gonna keep that for the a different farm. Watering 5, planting 7. There's a reason I'm
Ooh.
keeping it for another farm because I want Prunelia for
Yeah, yeah.
for my main base. My main base is the breeding base.
Okay, I'm going to.
So that's what I consider my like home.
Yeah.
My home base is the breeding base. Because I love breeding. I just really fucking do. It's like my favorite aspect of the game.
The breeding is really nice in this game. Is this
Okay,
sulfur?
I see normal gloopies. Oh, yep, that's what I wanted to do.
Oh,
I see
this
normal
one is.
gloopies. I don't know if they spawn here, but I
This is.
think I might be able to breed a normal gloopy with something. What could I breed to get a gloopy? Or a gloopy. What's the word? Work suitability, watering. Let's go down to gloopy primo. And you could breed together a gloopy and a valentail. How do you get a valentail? Um,
It's nice that a lot of things are being updated.
yeah, I know. I'm trying to.
It'll still be updated over the next few months,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's
There's
nice.
different websites that have different things. So like the Palworld database has it looks like most of it, but there are still a few things that I'm cured.
Oh, a Dumod.
Fine. Oh, I want to get a smoky Christ too. That's gonna be my ice baby. Where is Gloopy? I just type it in. Oh yeah, there we go. Gloopy Primo takes a Gloopy and a Valentail. The Valentail takes La Pure and Foxbarks. There's a Petalia Ignis now, by the way.
Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
that's gonna be interesting. I want
To get
what
that, you can
does it have to breed with?
uh Bushi. Bushi.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Bushi. Meteorite descension in progress. Oh, oh, that's cool. I can see it coming from orbit.
Show me
Purple.
where the
Boom.
where did I find a Gloopy Primo? Alexa, shut up. Oh my god, it's gonna play all the music. No, Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop.
Oh,
Okay, apparently Gloopy Primo can only be found in the Sky Islands. So that's why. Can I catch you?
I need to get some spheres. There's some Xenovaders down here.
Are you gonna help me or not? Damn it, Daydream, what the fuck you doing? Oh shit, I'm blind! Where'd she go? Where'd she go?
Hi, Milky.
I'm Elkie, I think. Let me see, I don't have the chat pulled up.
How is Coco doing?
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. A dragon killer. Okay, alright, fine. We're gonna go for all of them. Where are you?
Milky
Oh
also
shit.
said,
Shit, don't kill them on. I'm not trying to kill it. That's a good thing about having Daydream is that Daydream won't do the kill. Ah, don't do it.
yes, that is a great thing about Daydream.
Stop fucking shoot. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die of poison. I'm gonna die of poison. Oh my god. Ah, no.
Milky says he's on holiday. I
I'm
need to be
dead.
on. No!
I was
You
gonna
need me to
say
revive
no,
you?
I'm good, I'm good. My hamper doing it.
Hamper damper.
Hamper. Did we get it? Did we get it? Did we get it? Did we get it? I worked that far, that fucking hard for a slacker? Wow, okay, it's fine. It's fine. Breeding is a thing I can
Oh,
do.
peasant.
Breeding is a thing I can do. Breeding is a thing I can do. I'm really proud of
Um,
you for being drunk. That's fucking amazing. I'm glad for you. Okay, to get a Valentail, I need a Petalia Ignis and a Pingulid. Or a Tansy Ignis and a Hellzephyr Lux. You said you got a Hellzephyr Lux.
yes.
Is it a girl or a boy?
Uh, it is, it is a gender.
Doesn't tell me anything.
I'm not currently at my base. Where did these guys go?
Is it in your base?
Yeah, it's in my base.
Okay, I'm gonna go check. Because if girl, I may want steel. Am I winning? Yes. I'm having a great time.
She is winning,
It is
and
a
she
girl.
is.
I can steal. I can
You can
borrow.
steal and borrow.
I need to make a cake.
Head ass away.
Did my music stop? It did because it fucking my alarm. Damn it. I think I might have sent you to. I think the jam broke.
Milky said, "I need to sleep." Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea to sleep it off. Is this your
No.
first time getting drunk?
No, it's not his first time getting drunk. What
Yeah,
the fuck?
I know the drinking laws in Ireland are different.
No, come to this computer, you turd. There we go.
Going home to
Why am I listening to One Direction?
tomorrow.
Where are you at?
Yeah, where are you? I mean, you're on holiday, but where'd you go for holiday?
Did you go to the Canary Islands again? That's my guess.
First, really drunk. I mean, if anyone spells somewhat correctly, it is you, Milky, and you are not spelling correctly at all.
Tenerife.
In Tenerife,
Tenerife. I don't know.
Tenerife,
Tenerife. Oh, wait, hold on, hold on. What is Gale Claw? No, Gale Claw's Gatherer. Never mind, that's why.
I've got a bunch of meteor fragments if we are in need of them from somewhere. Where's my spheres? They got auto deposited
Go to
somewhere.
fucking work. Oh my god, I just thought about something. I could just steal your baby. I was sitting here waiting for you to get back so I could steal it. I could just steal it right now. Well, no, I had to make cake.
You can, yeah. Hang on. Let me.
Brotherfold and act like a brother puked all over the floor. Damn.
Ooh.
Gross. Nasty.
My condolences for the floor.
Use a campfire to cook up this other little cute other stuff.
But did you enjoy your holiday? It sounds like you had
Ugh.
fun.
Indeed. Okay, I'm gonna go steal. I need 2 babies from that, by the way, because it's a gloopy primo that I'm trying to. No, wait, no, I don't need 2 babies from that. I might need 2 babies from that because that's technically getting the thing needed to breed with the thingy. You know what I'm saying?
Had 1 mojito and 2 fireball shots. Ooh. Yeah, that'll do it. 10 Malibar Fants. What? I half a glass.
Malibu.
Podma. A vodka.
Figure it out eventually. And cider. Ooh.
You definitely had fun.
Half a glass of codma. Mmm, that sounds delicious. I love me some codma.
Ooh.
I'm gonna say he drank 10 Malibu farts. That's it, right? Malibu farts. Oh my god.
Malibu Fantas. Dang. Yeah. Milky knows how to part.
Did
Hey.
I get a breeding pair of chillets? An unfortunate breeding pair, I think, but yeah, probably. Oh yeah. Yeah, I do. It's just an unfortunate breeding pair. That's okay.
Hang on, let me check my chillets.
No, not chillets. Chillet Ignises.
Ah, I don't have a chillet Ignis,
Nah,
so
I know. That's okay.
I've
Get
got the most
scrub.
unfortunate breeding pair.
That's okay. Because I'm gonna try and breed for mutations and breed out the bad stuff. It takes a little bit longer, but it's fun. Get over here, Gloopy. He's so cute.
I'm gonna go put this Dumod in the farm.
Good, 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 good.
Yes, the Malibu farted.
I knew it.
Yeah, make sure you stay hydrated, eat some food. what the heck?
God, this is gonna be a weird ass breeding pair. Look, this game makes me think of some weird mental things. It's like, hmm. I need this to be what? A Patalia Ignis. No, a Valentail.
It's 2 a.m. Oh, don't eat food, but make sure you stay hydrated, Milky.
What am I making?
I have never encountered a hangover, but um, apparently just staying hydrated helps reduce.
Oh, stupid me. I'm not trying to breed those two together. I'm trying to breed it with the tansy.
Okay.
That gloopy's in there, so confused. I would have wasted a cake. Oh, I had a boy tansy and a girl tansy, so it wouldn't have mattered. Even weirder breeding pair, in my opinion. I could have probably seen it with the gloopy.
Visitors arrived at the base. Is it this base?
Is it my base?
I know it takes them a little bit to
Oh,
appear on the
that's
con.
fine. I
Yeah.
don't want a flambell. I can get that pretty easy myself.
I'm gonna sleep more. Yes, yes. Get as much sleep as you need, Milky. We are gonna be streaming for ages,
Oh,
but we'll
yes.
be here if you want to talk later.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you have a good night too, Milky.
Love you. Get some
You
good
deserve
sleeps.
good.
You do.
You showed that alcohol who's boss.
I think we're currently using that one for chili. We got a lot of breeding to do today. All right, so the Patalia. No, this we're breed. Okay, right now we're currently trying to make a Valentail, and the Valentail will breed with the Gloopy. Now, Gloopy wise, do I have one gender or two? I have two Gloopies and both boys, so I need a girl. I need a girl Valentail. And these don't need to be good. They just need to be opposite genders. Because I can breed out all the bad stuff.
Yes, yeah.
Uh,
Well, this is another Dazzy.
I'm going to move this whole thing over here. Oops, no, no. Okay, I'm going to keep chat up over here and then look at the things over here. For breeding purposes.
Oh,
And I will
wow.
get a Patalia at some point, but I don't know. Do I need a Patalia? What's the Patalia Ignis has? The thing is like I don't necessarily care about it being flower style if it's not at the breeding camp. But I want the Chilla Ignis at the breeding camp. Or do I? Yeah. They go to sleep or are they still awake? Are they still breeding? Oh my god, I meant to put an egg in there and I didn't do that.
Octavia!
Octavia! How are you
I
doing?
know!
What the fuck? Where's the monkey? Oh,
Ah, monkey.
it's hiding in the hay bale. Can we go to sleep so we can like pass the night?
Uh, Give me a moment. But yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm just flying to a new
How you doing, Octavia?
industrial point. It could be
We've been
better.
playing a game. You could be better. What's going on? What's going on, Hansel? Spill. Whose ass do I have to kick?
I promise it wasn't me.
The night, if all players sleep in a bed, morning will arrive. I'm sleeping with the Clovey.
Clovey looks like a great cuddler. It's like
A lot, but I'm glad to see my sis and Tristan. I'm glad too. I'm glad you're here. Makes me really happy.
yeah, it's nice seeing you
Taking
again.
more
And
meds.
sad
Okay, I'll take my meds. Stupid meds reminder telling
you've
me
had a lot going on.
take drugs.
I'm sorry you've had a lot going on.
Please, you can fill us in if you want to.
If you would prefer
But you
a
would like to not, or if you don't want to DM, that's really fine too, but I won't be able to respond to it right away.
yeah.
What's today? Saturday. We're gonna have to
Today
take a break at about 6 p.m. our time. It's still pretty early right now, but we gotta go to a birthday dinner for our nephew.
mm-hmm. Be quite shocking.
Okay, close
I hope things get better for you soon.
the shit.
You deserve good things, Octavia.
I think I'm gonna probably try and get a good Lulu. Every base pal I want to be good. A little hot. Is it just a little hot?
Whoops.
The gather. What do I have listed for the gatherer for this base? I have notes, so many notes, because Tristan woke up a little bit later than I did, which is fine. Totally don't have a problem with that. I just had to check out what I had listed for everything. Chill Ignis for gathering and kindling. Okay.
My love,
Yeah?
you wanna look on my screen? Oh, never mind. I woke it up. Whoops.
What was it? Was it adorable?
It's a Relaxosaurus.
Uh huh.
Oh, there's another one doing it. Come here. It's supposed to be awake because it's dead,
Oh
but
my god.
it's asleep.
It's like sliding down the hill. I love that. I do still have to find a location for a production base today, but I don't have to worry I think I'm gonna do it on the Forgotten Island. Cause like over here or something. Cause it's kind of closer. It's a nice place. It's closer to maybe. I think I'll try and find a spot that doesn't have a lot of fast travel points near it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Top of this cliff here.
I do not mind when the Relaxosauruses come by my base and get killed because the oil.
Yeah.
It's just the van worms that are the annoying ones.
Come on, give me egg. Eggy. Needs to be a girl. Come on. 1 minute. Okay. As long as it's a girl, that's all I care about. I'm very
Have you know I'm a rectangular prison, not a triangle or a
Russian. I'll have you know, I'm a rectangular prison, not a triangle or a square. I think you're a square.
square. Welcome in, welcome in.
L7 Lusa. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Um,
I'm sorry.
in reference to my go live notification.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, my go live notification is be square or you're a triangle or something.
Oh, I was so confused. I was like, what a random thing to say, but okay. You do you, boo, I guess. I might need an iron transfusion. My body isn't producing enough of red blood cells. Oh, shoot.
Oh,
Is that something that iron supplements can help? I'm not gonna tell you not to like if the doctor says you need a transfusion, get the fucking transfusion. Now I know you're fully capable of being more random. That's why I just kind of went with it. I was like, all right, I guess.
can I lock this?
Okay, Valentale. Is it a boy? Is it a boy or a girl? I need to know.
Yeah, hopefully iron supplements help because a proper iron transfusion is. Wait, you're not American, right?
And she's Canadian. It's
Yeah.
a girl!
So I was gonna say proper like anything medical in America is expensive, but you're not American, so you don't have to worry about that.
Oh
It's
my
just a lot
god, look at the kitty.
to deal with.
I don't want this kitty at my base. I mean, I want it for breeding purposes, but that's it.
Did I build my breeding pen?
Okay, and we're gonna
I didn't
replace
build
with a
it because
gloopy. The less bad. Okay, I'm gonna need two gloopies, a girl and a boy. Okay, doesn't matter if they're good or bad. I just need
oh,
a breeding pair.
sandwich. How you doing, Russian Fox? Of the glorious variety.
Still going to try to make it not terrible.
Hope you're well.
This is the boy. He's very pretty.
I'm glad you're doing well.
Glad you're doing well for sure. Okay, we need cake.
My ass is right here.
Okay.
Oh, well,
So
that works.
these guys right here, this little squid girl, or sorry, this little squid boy and this little cat girl are going to breed together to make a pink version of this. I don't even think there's any difference between the two, if I'm being honest. I think this one is just nocturnal and the other one is not. And
Ooh.
if I was like, I could just be like, oh, well, this one's nocturnal, which means it's better. Probably. That is probably true. But the other one's pink. And
I just got a Lamball effigy.
yeah, I think I had one of those too.
That's my first one I've acquired.
Uh, I got one too, but I forgot that I got one of those. Lamball effigy is satiety duration. Makes the player less prone to hunger.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes.
I do like all the different effigies.
Oh yeah, it's very nice. I should grind them out more, but I don't want to do that until I get like bases and stuff set up. Okay, that's gonna be my water baby.
Also give time for like the map to be updated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just gonna upgrade my weight to get to 1,000 at least.
So breeding pairs, I've got this baby. I need Wumpo Baton.
Grill.
I only have one Wumpo right now, and
Not again.
he's really good. What? Not.
Fucking Vanworms. No, my Woody Pop! How can I get cotton candy now? You bastard!
I'm wondering if you should move at this point, because, like, I didn't know you had this much issues. I don't think I need to worry about the Mozzarella, the bee guard, and the chickpea. As long as they're producing, that doesn't fucking matter. Although, they could be better. But if I were going to do those, I'm probably not going to breed them. I'll probably just go catch a bunch of them. I might breed the bee, because the bee sucks. Shelter in the face my spines with a cherry cola. I don't want to try to burn. I just hold on tight, and if it happens again, I'm gonna move so slow. Um, Chickpea. We want to probably get um, better Amion and a better Clovey. Clovey's not too bad. It's conceited. Um, We need to get the rest are gonna come from working breeding pairs. Gloopy Prima is what I'm working on right now. I might try Prunellia next. I've got to see what I've got. Can you guys hurry up? Hold on. Who was it? Who was it that increases the speed of pals dropping eggs?
Ooh,
What?
no, no, that's a different one. I was thinking of. The one I was thinking of has a chance to make eggs into alpha eggs.
Oh, there are different kind of cakes for that.
Oh, I I think I'm gonna
This
I'm
guy.
gonna get an Azarobe.
Okay, that's a good solid.
It's a good swimmer, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the girl.
I'm a
The girl.
go.
They're both girls. Damn it.
You're the first around.
Who's the first? Pink. Pink. Trust. Who's?
Russian Fox.
I want a better Bushi knock. There's nothing wrong with this, and it's just like it could have better stats.
Avoid the dragon breath and then do my own. Wah.
Wah, wah. We're gonna need two of these.
Gonna need to use some Giga Spheres.
It seems like a little. I don't know what to do about that.
Or just get lucky with a 10%. Okay, caught an Azarobe. It's not
What are you
great.
working on right now, Russian?
Brando_Spuds,
No,
high
okay.
aggressive positivity chat.
Hello, Brand.
You're
Brando.
fucking fantastic and doing an amazing fucking job. I am fucking proud of you.
So sweet. Anyways, how was your game? What did you enjoy it? Did you have a good time? What did you wind up doing? How late did you stay up? I need to know everything. The fuck are my coolers?
She must know. Oh, you're playing No Man's Sky.
Oh, that's a good game too. I wasn't really able to super get into it. I know it's a good game, but
It's got a really slow start.
I ice power for this shit, don't I? Woman, remember the time difference. Haven't got a bit. Ah, sorry. Time difference.
It's about 5 hours. You haven't gone to bed
Well,
yet?
no. Time difference is being a thing.
Oh my god. Yeah, you just woke up when we went to sleep, right? I'm pretty sure.
Little fluffy bird. I need to borrow you, fluffy bird, for your cooling abilities. There we go. Cool this egg down. Saturday morning for you guys and Friday night for me. Ah, yeah. Yeah, Saturday morning. It's nice and bright and sunny. I woke up nice and early this morning at like 9:30. Bright and early, man. I seriously, like, I only got like 5 hours of sleep and I am more awake than I have been in fucking forever. Well, besides yesterday. Yesterday I was fucking awake. But today I'm like awake as hell. I don't know. There are levels to this. Okay, they're still breeding. I'm gonna need a male and a female Gloopy Primo so I can breed those together. Basically, right now I'm gathering. I'm doing some breeding, but it's like I'm currently breeding for breeding pairs. And then once I get the breeding pairs, then I'll get into the actual breeding, and then I'll be able to do condensation and stuff like that. Which
Yeah.
reminds me,
Yeah. I want to get into breeding, but I
fuck is this
haven't
song,
started
bro?
yet. Oh, that's a chest.
You woke up around 11:30 last night. Nice. I woke up at 11:30 yesterday morning. And then we streamed for 16 hours.
And now I'm gonna do the same again today. Maybe longer. It depends. Actually, we're gonna
We have
end
to,
stream,
yeah,
Aiko?
we have to take a break and then we'll come back.
Yeah. Are we gonna end stream when we take the break?
I mean, we're going out to dinner with family, probably.
Yeah.
We should probably.
Probably.
Do you have a Grisbolt and Relaxosaurus? No. I have a Relaxosaurus, but not a Grisbolt. Why?
Haven't been to the
What are you
sanctuary
trying to
yet.
get me to breed? What are you trying to get me to make?
Unfortunate that they changed the breeding pairs.
Wait, are you trying to get me to breed a Pernelia? Because I think that was on my list. No, that's not on my list. Although, to be fair, it might be on the list. I just kind of stopped reading after a while because it was a very long list.
It does look like, um...
Orzhok. I don't want an Orzhok. Orzhoks are ugly. They're ugly and not at all kawaii. They're very powerful, I'll give them that, but no. Not at all kawaii.
It does look like it's not too difficult to spot lift-marked effigies during the day, or just effigies during the day.
That's good.
It's just easier at night.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how it is.
Yeah. Ooh. Let me mark this location. Uh,
You're in the fridge.
yeah. I haven't always been marking the location, but when I remember, I've been marking the location for uh,
I
effigies.
don't even worry about it, babe. If I need to I'll find a thing online. What do you mean just the, oh, little hot because this motherfucker. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, you little fluffy chicken. Excuse me.
Ooh.
Where are you going? Or I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. It's so cute. On all these, man. I wanna feel like I feel like I wanna believe that there were just people who were in charge of like one pal each. There's like a big enough team. Each person got dedicated a pal. And their job was to give it as much love and attention and animation as possible and make that bitch fucking perfect. Every single bit of it, you know? Because they put so much love into this shit. Like these little Emion em, Emiony things, right? They fucking they hold things together.
It is. They do?
Yeah, when they're walking around and floating, they each hold it. This is a text to speech message. Wow.
Oh my god.
That sounds
That
like
was
a
a
lie.
text-to-speak message.
Oh. Oh, I see. It wasn't on mine.
Yeah. That was surprisingly loud. I might need to turn down my text-to-speech.
This little muffly is currently doing figure eights and swimming around and doing figure eights in the spa. I'm just gonna call it a spa. I don't remember what it's called.
Still need to get used to throwing spheres from the back of this mount. What muffly? That's my number 2 muffly, okay. Cinnamoth. Here's honey. But you can't. Ooh, a messenger of love. Hello, messenger. What do you want? Oh. You want to sit on the ground. Nice. I'll take those free resources.
Everybody, watch me dance.
You're dancing.
Hell yeah, I'm so cool. Everybody's working and I'm dancing. They're like, oh my god, why do we work for this bitch?
Okay, cool. Some of those I need.
Get down, and move it all around. Get down, and move it all around. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm broken.
There's nothing wrong with you. You were perfect. Oops. Applied planting handbook.
No, now it's actually make sure that Spotify's going through my OBS. Otherwise, I'm just working in silence. No, okay, it is working. Okay, good, 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 good. What do we get? What do we get? Is it good, Gloopy? Ah, it's ferocious. Nice. I don't know if I needed it to be ferocious, but that's cool. All right. And it's a dragon killer. Okay, okay, okay. I need to see it. I need to see it.
We.
Blind.
I have caught a human.
Wow, that's slavery, babe.
Mm-hmm.
This is a chillet.
No, it's step one to cannibalism.
What?
Catching a human? Step one to cannibalism. Step two is to then to eat them.
Oh, there it is. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, let's check out this baby. First of all, this baby is.
Sure how to help you with that.
I didn't say anything. Okay, so this is a girl.
They subject slavery.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Babe! Babe! Okay, I'm
Yeah?
coming to your base. I'm coming to your base. Are you there?
No.
Damn it, where are you at?
I am flying up to a watchtower, which I'll be able to go back to my base in a moment.
No, it's okay. I'll meet you at the watchtower. Okay. It's too important.
Oh my god, it's too important. I see you
Okay,
there.
you ready? Look at this. Get down.
I'm gonna skip this one. Oh,
You
you got it!
Look at how cute she is.
She's adorable. Oh my god.
I love her.
What is the primo?
Neutral.
Okay, primo adds neutral, and it became pink.
She's so
It's so
cute.
adorable. Wait,
What
what are her eyes?
they're
They're like, okay,
it's like
it's like a double pupil.
Yeah.
Like a
I
double.
love her.
So
She's so
cute.
cute.
Anyways, just want to show you that.
She definitely fits your aesthetic.
Yep. Oh, my face is delayed again. Jesus Christ! What is going on my? How many things have I got going on my computer right now? Is it my?
Another memorist?
Disconnect, reconnect, connect.
Blueprint chest.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna disconnect from Spotify so it stops trying to connect to it.
Spotify's been doing some weird shit since we got Windows 11.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. I'm just disconnecting from Spotify on Lumia because it keeps like trying to re-ping it every like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to disconnect my face and reconnect my face because I think that might be some lagging happening with that. Because it was like basically trying to refresh things like 20 times. Okay, okay, okay. So that was a girl baby. We need a boy baby now. Just keeping these guys here in case we need to get another egg, another baby, so we can breed. And then we'll need to work on the gathering. You know what? My face is just delayed today. That's just the way it's gonna be. It seems.
Oh, no. That's what it is.
Pull up my task manager actually. I'll figure out what the hell's going on. Why you think I got 25 Google tabs open? Oh, I do have quite a few tabs over here open.
Or all the tabs that were open.
Okay, that's better. I closed a bunch of them. I just had a bunch of tabs open. Now I've got 3 tabs open, but it says I got 19, but I'm pretty sure that's just from all the... whatever.
Have murdered. Dun.
So the next the next breeding pair that we need is going to be for...
Mission complete. Another Toko. Nice. Where is the passive power that I really want in my party? Is it one of my base
I
spells?
could do the Bushi and the Bushi no.
Is. Okay, I'm gonna
Since
go
I
catch
already
up.
have this Bushi right here, which is a girl, I can get another Bushi. Because that's a Bushi and a Sootsier. Then that'll be, that could bring me a breeding pair.
Smart.
Okay. So in the meantime, I think I'm going to, while it's nighttime and they're not doing anything, I'm going to go try to find a spot that is, be good for a...
Are the bronze cherries near my base? I don't think so.
I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna go up there because I feel like there's not a lot of travel locations up here. At least I don't have a lot of them unlocked.
I think the bronze cherries are... Yeah, over where you are right now.
So high, high above you. Above everybody. Like, see that over there, guys? Whenever they said that they made dungeons more visible, that's what they're fucking talking about. I don't have to guess where a fucking dungeon is. It's right there. I am like 3,000 miles in the sky. I can still see that shit.
Leafan? Sander?
Panda.
Panda and Panda Cow. I don't think the bronze cherries are here. I think they might actually be closer to... Maybe around your base.
I don't know. I don't think there are any bronze cherries near my base. But what do I know?
Maybe between our bases then.
Hmm?
Maybe there's one between our base.
Maybe.
Huge scorching egg.
It's a really pretty area. I don't necessarily want to build there, but it's really pretty. Oh, I see a bunch of bronze cherries right now. I'm looking at
Awesome.
them. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna head over to you.
Okay. They're level 50.
I'm not gonna head over to you.
Sorry.
Yeah, the one... I've got a plan of I want to go around Sakurajima,
Uh-huh.
getting eggs,
Yes.
and I may as well have a bronze cherry to get like alpha eggs.
Oh, yeah, that's smart. I want to swap out. Actually, no, I'm absolutely not going up there right now while it's winter. Not winter. That's not what I meant to say. Nighttime. It's well, I just meant I didn't want to go into the winter area while it's nighttime.
Yes.
Yeah,
It was a combination of both.
I knew what you meant. Daytime, it will speed up. I think there's brunch areas over here, maybe.
Oh, not
Source Luxes. Yeah, I feel like they are around here somewhere.
know these yet.
Badworm Beasts. Why are those ones hostile, but this one isn't? Oh, is it the relative to player level? Maybe? Oh, it
Oh,
might be relative to player level. Depends on if something's hostile or not.
killed it. I don't know why.
Because like a level 30 Vanworm wasn't hostile, but a 35 was.
I just think it probably didn't see you.
I mean, like its health bar from far away is green, and the other ones are red.
Red just means it's beyond a certain level. That's all it means.
Ah, okay.
It's a certain amount of levels above you.
I mean, it's below my level, but
It doesn't necessarily mean it's aggressive.
I always thought that meant it was aggressive.
It just means it's a higher level. It's more dangerous if you get into combat with it. So, like, if I were to, like, I could go up to a fucking, if I chase down, like, I chased down the Pernelias, right? They were all red. I chased them bitches down in Faybreak the first time I saw them, right? Now, they're not going to attack me, but if I attack them first, they'll fight back, and it's going to be fucking, it's going to suck for me.
Yeah.
That's all that means.
I see, I see, I see.
Look at that one, and then I burped.
Bless you.
I am a lady.
You are my lady.
Disgusting.
So cute.
Away. Don't die. Walk away, Koto.
You are missing a bed at your base.
Yeah, no, I know. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't look at it. That's nice. That is just because I literally have I have a frozen chicken there. Got some frozen chicken.
Chicken.
Please be a boy. So I don't have to do that again. It's a coward. That's something.
Just like me.
It's a boy, fabulous. Breeding pair is complete, which means the next is going to be Bushy and Sitsier. So Sitsier that I have. Oh, hold on. I have to go get the Sitsier. Should have done that first.
I want Wendy's again.
It was really fucking good. Right, Sitsier I have as a boy, and the You know what I wanted last night?
What's
That
that?
I was like 2 seconds away from, or I was not 2 seconds. I was like really fucking, where am
What's
I?
that?
Oh, so I really wanted pizza. And like if I went to the bathroom, I would come back and I was like 2 seconds from like every single time I come back in the bathroom, I'm like, so I'm thinking, what are you thinking pizza? What are you thinking pizza? You know? But I didn't say anything because I was thinking it's been too long. At this point, if I have pizza, I'm gonna fall asleep like
Yeah.
immediately after. So I did not say that. But also, I don't think I should have pizza now because similar reasons, we are going out to dinner tonight.
We are
And
indeed going out.
I don't want to pack us with too much food because then I'll get tired. I think that's what helped stay awake last night is like, because all I did was snack. I was never like, I never filled my stomach.
Yeah, we did just snack. I found another Mimog, but I didn't get lucky catching it. Had a
Just
60%
getting there.
chance.
I'm hoping this huge verdant egg is a female boton. I think.
Oh, yeah, hopefully.
Boton? Yeah, female boton. Because that would help with that breeding pair. Do you mind if we do the report to the client?
I am more than happy. I'm making my way up to it because I'm just trying to.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to do that part because it's been there for a bit.
Yeah.
And I did remember that there is another boss that I've done but forgot about. And it's in the icy area up north.
Yeah, I'm just slowly flying my way up through this entire area because I remember seeing. Uh, yeah, blonde cherries, nice.
Hee. It's all over then? I guess we're only just getting started. She might have lost you, but she's not the type to change her mind that easily. She'll just brush herself off and continue on her path. I'd better lend her a hand before that happens. Right. Time to get tending the wounded then. Hope you went a little easy on her. She's never been good with antiseptic. Search for clues to the next tower. Apparently now I have a flawless victory fixation. I don't know what this song is, but I like it. What the fuck is this?
Nice. Got the brown cherry.
Maybe a
Heavyweight works.
desert
Well, that's actually
production
a
base?
brown cherry.
I don't know if I want to
That's
base
my
in the
party
desert.
now.
It'd be gross.
Yeah. Do I have to have the saddle just to have the passive skill active?
For what?
For bronze cherry, it just says while in party, and like the saddle is so I can mount it.
I guess not.
I mean, I might craft it just to be safe, but.
I just found a level 34 bronze cherry.
Nice. I think I caught a level 28? No, 36.
I'll just borrow your bronze cherry later if I want to get eggs.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily feel like going to gather eggs right now. I'm breeding for them. I've been making cakes, so might as well. I can make a lot of cakes.
Thou shalt not harm Palworld.
I don't even know what it wanted.
Okay.
I hate this area. I hate gobfins. Okay, they're really good. Okay, fill up your inventory with gobfins. You're probably good to go, man. I hate them. But it's because they're really good. My way or the highway. I'm gonna go ahead and put this cake in the breeding pen. Whoa.
If you want a easy quest complete, you need the Hellzephyr locks.
What?
What's that? What are you saying, my love?
I got a huge scorching egg.
Uh-huh. Is that good? Or not what you were expecting?
Bushy and Sootsier make a bushy knocked.
Oh.
Bushy knocked comes from a large scorching egg. However, there is an alpha version.
Oh.
Oh.
Please,
Oh.
please. I'm gonna cry.
That'll be awesome. If you want a easy complete quest, let's see what the quest gives you. 6 Ultra Spheres and 4 large Pearl Souls. The Kefler locks thing that you have,
Uh-huh.
that you, it's literally
Oh
just
shit, I forgot to put it back. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. Yeah, that you took. If you just put it, if you just summon it and talk to the Pell Critic by the Sakurajima.
I ain't worried about it.
Mushroom
I ain't worried about it right now. Let me give you your baby back. Hey, you need to make room for your baby.
Huh?
In your base, you need to make room for it.
Don't
Why is it so
worry.
hot in your base, bruh?
Because I was hatching a scorching egg.
Oh my god, your scorching egg says seems like a little hot.
Yeah. I put down 2 campfires because it was nighttime and it was really cold.
Yeah.
So I guess I only needed 1 during the day.
Where are you at?
Hmm?
Where are you at?
Sakurajima.
Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, now I guess I'll hold on to it.
Yeah, you can just hold on to it. Totally
I'm
fine.
so nervous. Cause like this could be really good, or it could be a way the game's way of telling me, yeah, you're not gonna get a bushy knocked out of this.
Yeah, it can go either way.
Okay. While this is doing its thing, I will go on a little adventure. Where to? I don't know.
Exploration is good for leveling up.
Yeah, I'm not really necessarily caring too much about leveling up. I just want to get like things on like I like having all the fast travel spots unlocked.
Yes, yeah.
So I'm exploring for like um I am exploring for base locations for my production facility.
Ah.
put it. One thing I was struggling with even when I was playing in single player is just I could not fucking figure out where I wanted to put it. Because, like, technically speaking, it doesn't really matter where I put it.
Yeah, technically
So
speaking.
it's gonna be more a question of like, where do I want a fast travel location?
True, yes, yes, you are right with that. Just
Because it's gonna be mostly inside, I think. Mm. Still kind of want it to be aesthetic though.
yeah, there's no harm in trying to make it aesthetic and in a nice looking area. The hard thing is just finding a nice looking area that's spacious enough to make a factory, and that shouldn't be too bad.
He threw mud at my butt. Some of the things I say while playing this game are really weird.
I really should be mocking egg
Ooh, what
location.
are you, beautiful? I'm cold, intensely cold. Oh my god. Can I make it up there? I can make it up there before dying. Just wanna get just wanna get the it's intensely cold.
No.
Just wanna get the there we go. I can leave. There we go. Okay. So not there. However, there is a sand dunes entrance thing here. So it could make it to the north of that. Let's go here. And then we'll head north from there. Because it's technically desert. But if I go across from the desert, then I have a location that's near the desert, but not in the desert.
Smart. Being in the desert would be a pain in the ass for base stuff.
It'd be really hot.
What the fuck was that attack? Oh, Yakumo's chasing me. No, stay away.
I have a Yakumo.
Ow. It keeps hurting me.
Do I see it somewhere? Not currently.
I'm loving the Quiverns. Hello, how are you today? And what game are you playing? This is Palworld. Doing fantastic
Is my
today.
chat moving? I didn't think.
No, YouTube.
Oh, I see, I see.
Yeah.
Well, hello, YouTube.
How are you doing today, Jason?
Yeah, Palworld update just dropped, so playing. We're doing some gaming. I love this game.
You don't remember me? We talked a while back. Trying to remember what game I was playing. I do vaguely remember you. What game was I playing?
What, it been a Stranova?
No, I haven't streamed Shrinova on YouTube yet. I just
Skyrim?
started YouTube. It could have been Skyrim. I could have been playing Skyrim. Yeah, I think that's what it would have been. Yeah.
On the water.
When I was doing Mr. JS5J reborn as Jason S8. Oh yeah, okay, yes, I remember you.
Oh, yes.
Yes. That's annoying. I'm just gonna cheat with the. Never mind. I won't put it with the. Wixen. Nice.
I don't want to go here. Or at least I want to look there. I have a Wixen knocked. It's pretty good, actually.
Oh, nice.
What do you?
Yeah, how you doing, Mr. J?
No. Okay, it's fine.
Mr. Jason? Ooh, Rampage and Van Lim. I do not want you.
Down, 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 down.
Storage. I need a metal chest. How can you tell if it's an alpha egg? Is it just like opera hatches?
I have no idea, because normally I could tell it's an alpha egg if it's bigger, but like, if you're holding a bronze cherry, then I don't know. I don't know what that does.
Let me just get its saddle to be safe. Oh yeah, perfect. Good. Batman and I were having a fight. He left me in a building to rot and burn. Ever since I've had it to change my name, get an entirely new identity, and face transfer. Oh no. I don't know if it's safe to tell me your new secret identity, but I will not tell Batman. Down with the rich, right? That's what they say.
God. Don't say that. Maybe that'll be us one day. It's called positive thinking, babe.
Down with myself.
You did put yourself in a trash can.
Yeah, I like trash.
Is that why you're married to me?
Yeah.
Bitch. We're supposed to agree with me.
I'm married with you because I love you.
Man. There's a fast travel up here that I didn't see before. I mean, it's fine.
Unity. Impel box. Rest. Wixen is interesting. No longer have my white skin, my green hair, and my reputation of Gotham City has been lost. But don't worry, you'll be mine very soon. I believe in you. You can get Gotham City.
Why is there a ball in the
You
tree?
can do it, Jay. I mean, Jason. Oh, I hatched a puffle.
Oh my God, am I being pursued? Why did I think for some reason that was like Spotify?
I will pursue you.
I thought Spotify was playing weird boss music. I'm so dumb. Whatever. Something's trying to fight me. Don't know what it was because I ran away.
But I'm glad to see you're doing okay. This research done? No. You help with that research while you're here.
Ooh, there's another effigy. This one is a ruby effigy.
Ooh. Oh my god. Jason's captured.
No.
The Boy Wonder.
He ca-
Batman's Boy Wonder is captured. Cut off his toes. Ooh. Medium pouch. Still no idea how to get hardwood, but that's okay.
Rounds? Yeah, looks like it. Okay, I'm not too bad at an area. Okay, I might be able to production facility up here maybe somewhere. Okie dokie. Oh my god. I have done something. The mesh on the world tree looks like Play-Doh.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Not
Not
Play-Doh.
Plato. Just because my name is different doesn't mean I'm not as crazy as I used to be Hunter, and this time I'm going to go beyond my limits and do more than killing for fun. You are indeed crazy. I don't want to make a fucking anti-air missile system in my base to take out all these vandals.
Yeah, I know there's that area over there, which would be really good for that kind of base, but I'm pretty sure you can't build foundations on it, so.
Ancient Pal manuscripts. Oh, I need to send my spare pals on an expedition. I don't want. Ooh, Puffold is like good. For an electricity generation base.
Mm-mm. That's why I've got him in my pocket. I lie, he's not in my pocket. He was in my pocket, but I've been doing breeding, so I've been moving things around.
Ah. Ah. Oh, I'll make space for the return of my blocks.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. It's got the slot open. That's where my generator power gonna go.
Trying to currently find a.
Pal manuscripts. Okay. Okay. Oh, who's gonna join you in your conquest of Gotham City?
Going, obviously, you're not paying attention.
Hmm?
Harlequin, obviously, you're not paying attention.
It might not be Harley Quinn. Joker doesn't always team up with Harley Quinn. But it could be Harley Quinn. I will. Sorry, the Russians.
Russians, like I do it. I do it, no worries.
Oh my god!
I got,
You got the
got
help
the
of
help
the
of the
Russians.
Russians. Ooh, I could get that. That would be Sizable damage increase.
Can I build here? And if I build here, I could see a build here being interesting.
Ooh, that's some mining power.
It doesn't count. It doesn't say placed on ground. Fuck. Why do you hate me?
Let me go to my.
Oh my god, there's a predator pal right below me. I think that one, oh, there is. Okay, cool. There's a watchtower over here. That's what I thought. My superpower, you may ask? Stupidity. Honestly, mood. Whee. I will hydrate. Thank you. Thank you.
It is Harley Quinzel.
I may be hydrating with Pepsi.
We're saying that if she wasn't dead. Oh my god, Harley Quinn died? I stood on a campfire. You proud of me, baby?
Oh my god. Oh, Tristan, Brando says Mr. Man too. You have to hydrate.
Oh my god, I've got to dihydrate or hydrate.
Okay, I thought this was a watchtower. It is not.
Thank you.
But I will take this anyways, because
I love your superpower, Russian Fox. What's my superpower, you may ask? Stupidity.
oh, so the extra points to him to have sippies.
No, you can keep them. You can keep them. Genuinely, we go, like, we usually, have drink whenever other person has drink. If redeemed.
You do that. I say, ha ha ha, you have to hydrate. I don't.
Generally, I hydrate.
Okay. My nerves are like.
Your nose?
It's a bushy knocked. Why is it huge though? Is it a boss? I don't know. That's why I'm wondering. Oh, it's in my inventory. It is a boss. It's an alpha.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Oh, okay. You ready? Ready for the difference? Okay. So this is the size of a regular bushy knocked. I swear to God, he has a problem. He has an addiction. Look at him. Okay. You see? Look size-wise. Babe, what are you looking?
I got
Size-wise?
attacked by a rampage and had one.
See, size-wise?
Uh-huh. That's a regular one? Oh my. It's
I
like double size.
know. Oh, it's a massive one. I'm so happy. Okay, I still have to breed them though, so is it at least an opposite gender to the bushy I have now? Girl,
We do
and this
my
is
kid.
a boy. Yes, they're opposite genders.
So you can breed it.
Yes, I can breed it.
Nice.
Oh my god. Okay, so I
How
have my
did
bushy breed pair.
How did Harley Quinn die?
So fucking happy. Okay.
He's dead.
I need to go
So
make
is
2
half my base.
trips. 1 trip here to drop off the Sutsir. I'm gonna throw some slang at you. Try and decipher it. Stay where you're at, or I comes to where you're at. Stay where you're at till I comes to where you're at. Okay. Oh no. Yes. Hello. Hello. Hello.
We have a guest.
Hello. Who is it? Who is it? Who's knocking? Hello. Hello. Well, hello. Hello, baby. Come here. Ugh. You have a kitty.
I think my entire base got knocked
Hi,
out.
baby. How you doing, baby? How you doing? You spoiled brat? Oh, you're a good baby. Yes, he's a good baby. I love him so much. He's so beautiful. He's
The
the most
only one in my
beautiful
base
kitty in the whole wide
is
world.
and a Clovey.
You're even beautifuler than an alpha bushy knocked. You are. Yes, baby. You're a good boy. You're a good boy.
Stuck down here.
Kitty. Where you going? You leaving me? You gonna go on it? Okay, you gonna sit on the ottoman? That's fine. You vibe. If you sit there, I can pet your butt while I play the game. No,
He likes
no, don't stand on my computer.
Someone's pulled a raid against my base. Check it. Oh, it's the one you're at.
What? Why this base?
Okay, they want all the organs. They're organ hunting.
Barely.
I was on a rooftop, she was on a rooftop, she backstabbed me, I put out a gun, bang, bang, she went tumbling down the roof onto the ground, slowly died, and never waking up again.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God,
god,
wait.
you killed Harley Quinn.
I need to put the Sutsir here. That's what I was trying to do.
Stay where you're at. Come where to come to where you at. You're at.
Okay, well, we've got plenty of things here. It's gonna set shit on fire. Hold on.
This shit is on fire.
I think he might be coming to you.
The negotiator should be coming to the base that is getting raided.
I was talking about Kit Kat.
Oh,
Kit Kat, hello. Kitty, 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 butts, budgets.
Where are they gonna come from?
where they
Do you want to
gonna
help
go?
me? Because these
What do you
guys
need help?
suck ass. In 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'll help you. I'll help
I
you.
need an Incineram and an Incineram knocked. So if we can get some Incinerams, that'd be cool. Actually, I'm gonna zoom over to your base really quick.
Incinerams are... Ooh.
I need them for Prunelia.
I might, if we don't get one, head over to the lava area, because I feel like Incinerams might be over there.
Maybe.
I mean, it wasn't as funny as when I killed the Riddler, Catwoman, Penguin, Alfred, Commissioner, Gordon, Clayface, Two-Face, and that's about it. Oh my god, you must be Joker from Infamous.
Okay.
Infamous? Not Infamous.
I'm going to drop off your Hellzephyr really quick.
Oh, thank you.
What? Why are your base pals dead?
When you were showing me off the Bushi knocked, I said I got attacked by a rampaging Van War.
Oh shit.
Almost
This
every
base
time.
idea this base location might be terrible.
That's fantastic.
Okay.
I just need to upgrade all their beds. They sleep faster. Need a lot of cloth, a lot of wooden boards, nails. Fiber's fine.
Burped.
Bless you.
I'm a lady.
You are my princess.
Yeah.
I don't know how to get hardwood, so... Yeah? Only for you, baby.
Ooh, a lumbering handbook. Don't show Bushi. Don't show him. He already has a problem.
Need to. Oh, yes, 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 yes.
All right, 1.5 minutes.
You think I have enough time to pee?
If you pee fast.
They call me the fastest peer in the West.
Whee! So the thing is what we have to do is we have to catch owls without dying. But the thing is it might not be that either. It might be, it could be a different one.
Oh my gosh, my
Your eyebrows are super blue.
yeah. Yeah, I made them darker. Just like real life.
Your dark blue eyebrows in real life.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
I think they might come from this way because I think that's where this is the direction they came from last time. But I don't know.
Maybe? Yeah. This time we have walls protecting the base pals, so we're not going to get their assistance. But it doesn't mean they won't destroy everything.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Yep. And
Oh,
just simply
really?
just scout and
Oh,
police it.
man.
Maybe next wave. Well, that guy's dead. Slavery.
Wave cleared.
Nope.
Next wave.
Just syndicate then.
Damn it. This is lame. I should have realized whenever the guy offered to cancel the raid or whatever, and it was only 1,000. Damn it.
Good point, yeah.
So I guess we'll pay attention next time. 3,000 seems to be the incinerator now, because that one's tough.
I only talked to the negotiator once and to like look at the price, and it was 2,000. So
All right, well that was nothing.
yeah, at least we got some good XP.
Sure.
And got me a level up from that.
Let's head back to the base. I forgot to put the egg. Did I forget to put the egg in here? Or did I put the egg in here? I forgot to put the egg in here. Does this start over every time I take it out? It does. How fucking rude.
What does?
Every time I take the egg out of the incubator, it starts its incubation process over.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I guess
That is
no, I wouldn't. No, that doesn't make sense. I was gonna I was like, no, I guess it makes sense. No, wait, it doesn't make sense at all. It's not how that shit works.
I mean, it's good to know.
Yeah. So who do we need to breed now? So I've got the Bushy and Sits here, so that's good. What's the breeding pair we need now? Okay. So I've got the Bushy breeding pair. Next we want our we have the Chili Ignis. Baby, I want something else. Not listening when you say
Out of the pink kitsune found the
goodbye.
glorious Russian fox. Who am I?
Vernalia. Do I have any of these things?
Duck, dodge, dip, dive, and dodge.
I might be able to get a Masanda Lux,
Ooh.
but that really depends on what these two bosses are, because I think it's going to be one of these two bosses here. But if I get a Mossand Deluxe, I can breed it with a Mammorest and get the Prunelia. In the meantime, while I go check that, I should breed. Where's Lulu? I don't think I have a Lulu pair. Yeah, I do. Relaxosaurus and Reshore. Reshore. Girly Reshore. Thank you for the follow, Delta. Welcome. Where the heck did he go? Oh my god, I swear to god. He ran for the rocks, didn't he? No, get your ass back here. Stop hitting rocks. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You found me. Oh, you found... Oh, wait. No, I'm
And the
confused.
Russian fox.
You found the Russian fox. I see.
Oh my.
It's very specific.
Oh, that poor Relaxosaurus.
She
wandered
found
into
me.
my
Oh, is this your person? Aw. Okay, let's see. Reshore and Relaxosaurus. So that was... Reshore is a girl. We need a male Relaxosaurus.
Oh.
So sweet.
Oh, welcome in, welcome
So
in.
kawaii. Oh my god, the Relaxosauruses are at the fucking farm.
Nice.
You just let me go there. Why do you hate me so much? Well, welcome in, Delta. Delta in Russian, sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. They're both girls. Oh my god, they're all girls. Babe, do you have a male Rushor by any chance?
A what?
A male Rushor?
I think so.
Or a male Relaxosaurus? If only? Oh.
Yes, I've got.
What passives does your Relaxosaurus have? Besides glutton, obviously.
Second. Diet Lover.
Can I have that, please?
Which counteracts glutton. Hunger
You know what?
decreases
I'll take it.
the-
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm gonna go pick it up from my base.
and- Yeah. Give me a second. I want to look at the rush or reload. Oh, I know. Nimble or.
I think my Rushor is pretty good.
It is gonna be that.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks, babe.
You're welcome, honey. If only. If only.
Go size. This is going on. So we've got Relaxosaurus and Rushor doing their thing. That's gonna give us a Lulu. And while we're doing that, we can go see if we can get a Mossand Deluxe. Because Mossand Deluxe mixed with a whatever I said earlier, that'll get us a Cornelia.
Future proof to 15.
So what are you up to, Delta? How you doing? Alexa, set an alarm for 5:30 p.m.
Oh, yes.
For 5:30 p.m.
That's a good idea.
Well, I'm assuming we're gonna have to get dressed to go to dinner.
Debatable.
It's our nephew's birthday party. We're going out to dinner. Well, birthday dinner, not really a party. Maybe it's a party. I don't know. He's like, what, gonna be like 14?
He doesn't really want a party, but yeah. It's more just wanting.
going out to a restaurant that I've never been to, so that'll be fun. To be fair, I'm in Australia, so most restaurants I haven't been to.
That is true. Most restaurants you have indeed not been to.
Everything's new for me. The grintail, not what I wanted. Okay. Across the water then. I don't think it's a sealed realm one. Probably Russian Fox would take me to dinner. I know. We'll try and convince him, don't worry. You should take Delta to dinner, Russian Fox. Just saying. She be hungry. She gonna starve.
Oh, I missed it.
Let me finish paying off the car first. Look, alright, I can't say anything if wait, is it your car or her car? Because like I feel like that makes a difference. If it's her car, she can't say anything. If it's your car, you gotta make sacrifices. Get rid of the car. Take a bus to dinner.
Just dinner. That's all that's the important part. Just having dinner.
Both. Oh, I see.
Yum yum.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Can't say anything.
Ooh.
If Tristan bought me a car and then I was like complaining about not going to dinner, or he was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I can't take you on a dinner date." I'm like, "Bruh, you bought me a car. We're good."
That is one of our saving
Yeah,
goals.
it is. That's actually our
Um,
next saving goal. And by next, I mean current. And by current, I mean if we wind up meeting graphics cards in the... Knew it! I knew it! Sorry, I'm so excited. I found the Mustang Deluxe. If we wind up needing graphics cards in the meantime, we'll do that too, but...
yeah, it's just like
Don't look at me! Do not perceive me!
while we can, we are going to have dinner.
Oh, lag! Oh, lag! Big lag!
Sorry, I'm
Big lag!
teleporting.
Huh? Oh. I'm like in a boss battle. No, leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Jokers.
Oh god, that was such a stupid
I have
punch.
my own mind of madness, agent of chaos.
Her car blew her transmission. Her car's upside down a ditch somewhere in Victoria. Damn! She's traveling. That's upsetting.
Yeah, unfortunately, being upside down is kind of terminal for a car.
Look, 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 I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Look, 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 look. A little bit more of this, a little bit more of this. We're good.
Okay, it is that one.
A little bit more. A little bit more. Oh,
Maybe
okay.
it's a
Pull
little
back,
bit
pull back,
more.
pull back, pull back. Okay, 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 okay. Look, 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 look. Look, it's okay. Good. Get in the
Wow,
ball.
that's fast drinking there.
Get in the ball. Stay in the ball. No, no. Do it again. Do it again. Shoot him again. Shoot him again. I don't want to shoot him again because he'll die.
Oh no, you're still here.
You saying that to me? I live here, babe. Please. Stay in the ball. Really? You just didn't want an awesome ball? You just wanted the shitty ball? Okay, fine. Okay, 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 okay. That is a male Mustang Deluxe, and I needed to breed it with what to get? A Mamarest. That's the one. So I said what? It was a... Babe, are the Mamarests male or female?
I haven't paid attention to
Did I
that.
steal the Mamarests?
Potentially.
Maybe. Aw, I hope you can take her to dinner. That'd be really sweet. I mean, we're not going on like a dinner date. There's gonna be a bunch of people there. And by a bunch, I mean like at least probably 6.
Ask me tomorrow when I get paid. Yeah. Money's sort of important to taking in someone out for dinner.
You
Unless you're a serial killer cannibal couple.
I was gonna say, dine and ditch, but
Oh yeah, that's also an option. I just went for the cannibal option because it's us. Well, I mean me. I mean you.
me. I mean, I guess
Yeah.
yeah, right. It's my absolute addiction to eating people, I suppose.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's our typical Tuesday.
Oh my God. When assigned to a breeding farm, breeding speed is increased. What do you mean assigned to a breeding farm? We're supposed to be 3 of them?
Oh my god, is that an orgy, pal?
Oh no.
I wonder if there's probably 3 combos then, if that's the case.
Okay, I forgot to put
Why
cake
am I
in there, so I
added
think we're good
food?
on the cake.
No, we didn't.
Ask
Oh
me
no.
tomorrow.
Okay, I didn't say the name of the other jokes. Disgrace to my legacy. You're gonna continue your legacy of chaos. Aww.
What?
He sees a bird and he's chittering.
Aw.
He's trying to lure it close so he can eat it.
A Kit Kat is?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's a bushi.
The rest of the cake in here. It goes from 39 minutes to 240 minutes, which is a bit better. All right. So we'll put this down here next to this. This is the breeding pair needed to get us the Prunellia. We have the breeding pair for the Bushy Noct. We have the breeding pair for the Gloopy Primo. We have the breeding pair for the Chilla Ignis. And this is a Puffold because Puffold. All right, what else do we need? What's next on our list?
These rocks might be
Wumpo Baton. That's actually what we're waiting for the other green egg.
I don't want to, just come catch a level 50 something.
Let's check with Stella. Huh?
Then you would just want to come over here and into Sakurajima and catch a level 50 something.
Yeah, I'll do that. Don't worry.
Yeah. Ooh.
Stella.
That's an alpha prickster.
Bootman
Oh,
Lilene. Let's see if I have any this combination. I don't have a Grisbolt. A Mammorest and a Grisbolt would have worked. Ooh. You got a Broncherry?
I have a Broncherry in my base currently working.
I'm just gonna go look really quick because I'm not gonna need them right this second. But the Wistella is a Broncherry and a Sitseer. I just want to see if they're the right. Perfect. I can breathe for a breathe. I can breathe for a Wistella.
I'm proud you can breathe.
What is Wistella good for? I forgot. Wistella is good for handy stuff. Handicraft and medicine from Wistella is 6 each.
The Herbal does a lot of damage.
We look at Smoky Crest is going to be the next one as well. So we know that combination we're good. Smoky Crest, I think is going to take a couple combinations.
I see a bougie knocked. Indolent pal.
Smoky Crest takes a Munchill and a Smoky. To get a Smoky, we need Where you going, baby?
Dive.
Oh,
I love you.
Oh,
oh, is the door shut? Oh, the door's shut. Poor baby. That's okay.
I might stay on the bed if the blanket was out more. The kitties are weird, and they only like laying down on a blanket. They don't like laying down on the non-blanketed bed. Oh no, the headphones. Oh no. Delta the Peak Kid today is gonna leave the glorious Russian fox. We can bully him. We've got permission.
My fucking USB ports.
Okay.
Let me check OBS, make sure that works.
He died.
I hit my knee. All right, say words.
Words of said. I am saying words said.
Check Spotify. And the jam, because that broke.
I gotta resend the jam.
Happens sometimes. Shit gets knocked out. Things break. We try fix. Okay, Smoky Crest is who we're looking at now. We need who? Could wait till we get a Wistella and do a Wistella and a Chillet. Actually, it's probably going to be our
Still
best.
Stella.
What?
I hatched one.
What?
Yeah, and an egg I found in not Sakurajima. I'm pretty sure I have a Wistella. Hang on a second. Discovered a new fast travel point. Go back to my base.
You have music over here? Good, I'm glad.
Is there music at my one?
Uh,
I have to rejoin the jam though.
Abracadabra.
Whoa, Discord.
Oh my god. That's sad. That's sad that you're first.
Huh?
Russian Fox just got first.
Now, there's been a few people that have come through on yours.
No, first, as in the redeem.
Yeah. Surprised no one else took it.
That's
Hello,
beautiful.
sorry. I'm rejoining
So,
the jam.
Wistella or no Wistella?
Uh, uh, uh. Okay. Back in the game. What does Wistella look like?
Little moon girl with a big giant hat. She's new.
Oh. No, I don't have her.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be breeding for Wistella, so.
And so you lie.
Liar!
I'm the worst. Hey,
Yeah. Good time, bro. Okay, alright. Let's be an opposite gender. Okay, well, ooh, diet lover too, nice.
You are first on both streams.
Okay,
Congratulations.
what do we got? We have, here is a male, and here is a male also. Damn it.
Oh, okay, so if so the login site too will give hardwood, but you just require, hardwood to craft it. I might try and cut down a tree in Sakurajima. That might give hardwood.
The what? I didn't.
It's like cherry blossom trees.
Oh, those give hardwood in second.
They might. I don't know. I'm gonna go see. Stretch.
Suggest staying in the spear. Ow!
It does. Yeah. The trees and stuff really make it hardwood.
Good lord, you guys are aggressive. Holy shit. The delivery's here. What'd you get?
Oh my god. You gotta be right back. Nice.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, delivery me.
To read out something. Okay.
Yeah. I got a big chunk of hardwood now. So I'm gonna go back to my base and try and make the login site too. But yeah, all the cherry blossom trees are hardwood.
Nice. Ooh, ting, ting, walla, walla, bing, bang.
Oh, I need ancient civilization parts. Indeed. Indeed, the ting and the tang does indubitably do the walla walla bing bang.
What is this egg?
I am gonna go and find this. I'm gonna go fight the king packer. Try and capture it. There's a bit down there I haven't explored as well.
I don't even remember what the fuck I was breeding. Oh my god, the lag is wild, bruh. I think I left the game open all night. Do you mind if I restart it?
I do not mind at all.
Are you in a safe spot?
I'm in a safe spot. I'm in the town.
We're gonna reload this
Genuinely,
because I just left that game on all night.
sleep is not a good thing to do for Windows 11, I guess. When I loaded my computer after sleep mode,
Yeah.
um, everything was lagging for a while.
Oh wow. Give my love. Oh, I'm gonna have a snack too. Oh my god, have I really destroyed this entire box of fucking granola bars already? Damn. I got a problem. No, but we can destroy these. We can put back these granola bars.
I was saying, I believe at half past 6 or later.
Okay.
Takes roughly 45 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
This is also great practice for the subathon.
Mm-hmm. The password is JT Justin Timberlake
Okay. Justin Timberlake,
8
8,
North America
North America,
4.
4 times. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Justin. Justin Timberlake. More like Justin Timberbog.
Oh. I have a weird husband. Lulu! Okay. I can't remember what the fuck I was breeding from them. Now I remember.
Have you only just discovered that I'm weird? I'm sorry. Oh, this is
Feel the beautiful, all powerful 2024 transit. Belonged to a friend of mine and he decided to give it to me.
Oh my god.
Very nice. Put in. How did you just become alive and you're already level 8? Female? Okay. No, it doesn't have an engine. Why do you ask? You know what? I'm surprised I didn't ask.
Cars don't need engines to drive. It just needs hope and dreams.
I'd
And a lot of big
probably give away a car to somebody who could actually fucking do something with it.
My brother gave me his old car that was basically almost a write-off. Because he got a new car and it needed a lot of mechanical work and he just couldn't be bothered selling it himself, so he gave it to me and I was like, I don't want a car.
Ah, yeah, see. So you're gonna get more use out of it than he would.
So I sold it. I got some money for it.
So we need a male Lulu.
Get one more level of weight and then
I'm hatching an egg and I have no idea where I got this egg. I don't know if I bred for the egg. I don't know if I picked it up somewhere. I just had it in my inventory.
I believe in you. You got this. It's gonna be the eggiest egg.
The engines have names?
Yeah, it depends on the type of the engine.
Yeah, because the engine's called. I'm like, an engine? I don't know. That to me is like saying, ah, I forgot that what the window was gold. That's what happens when you hear music. There's not enough cake in this.
You're all dead, Harold.
Alright, we're gonna wait for that. Now, I think with these guys, it might make more sense to try and catch a bunch of them to try and get a breeding pair instead of breeding them out, because that's cake. Yeah. If I even want to get a breeding pair for that. What the fuck did I just put in my mouth? The granola bar had a woody bit for some reason. That's weird. It was like a husk.
Oh. It's a big block engine, though. Yeah, I know nothing about cars. If Hika was here, Hika might know.
Hika knows a lot about cars.
But to be fair, that's an Australian car, so
Oh, true.
um, maybe they would know the type of engine if you described it. Anthony might know.
This is actually a really good Herbie. I'm gonna name him Herbie.
Is this fully loaded?
Yep. Naturally. Oh, yeah.
An old Chevy engine I can't check because it's on my other property, the one we all know and love. That property.
The one that's been on fire a couple times this month.
Mm-hmm.
What the Oh, never mind. I'm stupid.
If I'm
I have to go to the resource farm because that's got the berry farm there too. And I am almost out of berries.
oh, impressive. Got some hungry pals.
Oh yeah, I mean they're breeding and everything, so you guys are kind of tearing through the berries too.
Got my hardwood production center now up and running.
Let's see what we got. 13 seconds. We'll figure out what's in this egg. Did I breed something or did I just find this egg on the ground? We'll find out.
Give me some hardwood because I'm pretty good on
Oh.
regular wood right now.
Oh. What? I'm sorry. That's why I didn't know what this was. Because it was a large verdant egg and Lulu comes in a small verdant egg. But this is an alpha Lulu.
Ah, that'll do it. That'll do, pig. That'll do.
And it's a male. That's exactly what I needed.
Exactly what you needed. And doesn't that increase the odds of getting an alpha in the next breed?
I guess. I'm happy with it either way.
I have unlocked my brain work.
Come, Memarest. Oh my god. You had an alarm for one today and you wondered why I didn't go off till you realized it was set to 1 a.m. Oh my god, I've done that. I've done that. I hate when that happens. Good lord. Okay, I'm gonna put this small egg in here just in case it's a chance of it being a better girl, better female. That's wild. I'm getting pretty lucky with it. Alpha pals, damn.
You are.
I'm glad it's a thing. That's cool. I have a giant Lulu at the base.
Ooh. It's definitely not what I want in the wild. I've got a starter, which increases a pal's rank.
Nice.
I don't know what pal I want to
You can just hold on to it. It's not going to spoil.
put that on. Yeah.
That reminds me, I wanted to try and figure out. I was looking for this before. Body. Girl, look at that body. I thought I had. Oh, I didn't have this unlocked. Okay, now I can actually make it.
Circle more. Yeah, I still do not know what pal I I want like end game.
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I'm just like kind of taking my time with it. You don't need to rush it or anything.
I'm not.
Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Put a wing on it. Put a wing on it. There we go. That's definitely needed for this space. All right, is this a female? Is a female. Diet lover, workaholic,
There's a
but it's a
possibility I
glutton.
might be called into work. Ooh.
Oh no. Well, you like your job,
I'm
don't you?
I'm not sure if you're wanting to be called into work today, so are they yay or not yay? Depending on
Oh no, this Lulu's way better. Okay, cool.
the Alpha Lulu.
No, I meant like the female Lulu I swapped out.
Ah. You have an important message before you head off.
Oh,
What's the message?
is it you're gay?
Is it Aiko's cute and gay?
Cake. Drop it like a hot. Drop it like a hot. Drop it like a hot.
Oh, no, that's a chest. I'll take it though.
I don't remember if this is a. I don't know if this is making something that I also need to breed or
I like how flyers don't have full damage if they run out of stamina.
you know what I think? I think he said I have an important message for I head off, and then he just left. That's what I think.
That is the important message.
The important message for I leave. That's it.
Bye. Ooh, this is a dungeon that's closed. It's literally like caved in. Or it is just a caved in dungeon.
Yeah, okay, this will give me a Prunelia. No, it's a good Prunelia. If I get a huge egg from these guys, it's going to be an alpha Prunelia.
Ooh. Alphas have an enhanced stat, don't they?
Yeah. I don't know, actually. When I think about it. I have no fucking clue. They're bigger.
You can't find it. Oh no.
Oh no.
It happens to the best of us.
And then it happens to you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What does this mean? It looks like the thing. Yeah, it looks like it's got more health. You'll make your own? Okay, I believe in you.
Sunburst Isle? I can probably make that.
I am going to go return to you your Relaxosaurus. So are you at the base?
I am not at the base, but I can be at the base.
Okay. Do you have space?
Grab
Do
the
you have
chest.
space in your base? Need you to put space in your base, please. So I can give you your Relaxosaurus, who is a glutton slash diet lover. Me when you never mind.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Space Maid.
There we go.
Yay!
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
have
Thanks for
fun.
hanging out. Have a good day. I hope work is not work hard. It's work fun.
Oh yeah, I forgot that breeding is sped up when that Memarest is in there.
Oh, memory speed up. Oh, it's memory.
No, it's not Memarest. It's that particular
Oh, it's a skill.
it's a passive, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I remember. I've seen that a couple of times. Ooh.
No, that's not how this works. You can't just put an egg in the cake thing. Okay, 5 minutes.
So what does a large scorching egg give you on Sakurajima?
It can give you a Bushi, or it can give you a Bushi Noct, or it can give you a Charlotte Ignis.
All three of those I would like to have.
But there's also the chance it just mixes shit up too, because I think I got one and it gave me the Wixen Noct, which I'm fine with this too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that would have changed
Yeah, different locations.
egg things. What is that? Ooh. I'm gonna take your door. Hey. Snack.
These don't last. These like it's not gonna take so long to hatch these. What I want to get is this bitch. Hold on, where is it? This bitch down here. Is it? Up this far down.
Damn gold killer.
Cool.
Hello, Lulu. I can't catch you. You're too high level.
I have 3 Lulus. Yeah.
Mm.
Over here? Oh, there's a lot. Oh, bruh. Oh, I need fucking ancient technology points. Oh my god, there's so many things I need ancient technology points. I need 4.
Exploration's a pretty good way to get ancient technology points.
No, it's not. Technology points, yes, but not ancient technology points. I need 5, 6, 7, 8.
I mean, but well, when you kill the bosses, right?
I need 12. Yep, I'm gonna go kill some bosses. Well, hold on. Ugh.
Oh my god. Steve! You took damage!
Excite's gonna be another 3. And the sulfur core is gonna be another 5. This is what I want right here. This motherfucker. Level 48. I don't even know how to get a pal medal. We can get no fucking clue. Figure it out, I guess.
I found the place in Sakurajima where you put your base when you're testing.
Yeah,
It is a lovely
it
location.
really is.
And there's a dungeon right next to it as well.
Oh, nice. I didn't realize that. I probably did.
Oh, that's another chest. Going around and getting these chests is actually pretty good. Money, XP, occasional legendary spheres.
Oh, I just figured out where my berries were going.
Wait, what?
My berries. I forgot I need berries to make cake.
Oh, yes, I was wondering how you added berries. Berries, I have so many berries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, a large dark egg. Okay. Oh, that's a boss line lean next to a boss line lean. Oh, it's gonna be daytime versus nighttime. There's a line lean and a line lean knock that will spawn there as a boss.
Okay. All right. All right. All right.
So, my love.
Heavyweight, Spirit of Zen, Pyromaniac, Slacker. I can't be dealing with a Slacker Pernelia. The fuck?
Oh no.
I mean, we'll breed it out if we have to. Let's figure out this next one. That's a female.
Do you think Milky's gonna wake up with a bad
I hope so. That'd be hilarious.
hangover?
Not in like a mean way. In a that would be hilarious kind of way. My sense of humor is broken just a bit.
I think it's well, Wix and
Cake
not.
could I make right now? I could make 38 cakes right now, but I'm not going to. I need to make a
Menace
better
to
fridge,
Natura.
probably. Will it do a better job at cooling my shit? Polymer 20. Okay, let's see what I can make.
There's a more. Okay, that's another effigy.
Okay. What is that boss in front of you?
Menacing terror.
Oh, okay.
Evasive maneuvers.
I just realized I haven't done.
What's that?
I know that there are some skins. I just don't know if, like, were there more skins given?
Maybe. Capacity is now at what I'm wanting it at. Hello, Bushi. Hello, Bushi knocked. What? Quarter Bushi knocked? What?
So cute. What?
Oh yeah, I did catch a Bushi knocked.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. I forgot about that. It's been so long and I gave it to you right away.
Yep. Making polymer so that I can do what?
Downtown. Pieces.
So I can make something. Oh, this fridge. Cryogenic coolant. 10.
Why did I teleport to your base?
Did I get here, maybe?
I do, it is a nice looking base.
It'll look better once I get to level 49. Trust me, it's gonna look awesome.
I trust, I trust. That's about the daytime.
3 more circuit boards.
Oh, that's just a
Do
little
I even
bit hot.
have what's needed for that? Fuck me, bruh. There's some near there. Yep. Oh. Quite a bit of it, too.
I do like that. Oh, hi, Cognito. What are you doing here?
You do like that what?
That you don't need the blueprints in your inventory anymore.
Oh, you didn't need them in the inventory before? Well, at least that's not new to this update.
No, but I think it was one of the quality of life updates. I do know that you did used to need them at some point. Bill. I think I want to swap Herbal out of my team. Yeah, and get an Azure. Let's swim to other places.
I've got some quartz now. I can go make some circuit boards.
I wanted to build when I got back to base.
If you expressed it, I forgot.
No, I didn't express it. It was something that required ancient components or whatever.
Oh, I knew I needed ancient
Oh, me. I
points.
could make this. Oh yeah, I'll just make this right away.
So good at power, like production lines. Just stand on the conveyor belt, right? That's how that works.
Yeah, that's what you meant to do, yeah. You guys are good taking him out.
Oh my god. What the fuck happened to my other 3 polymer that I had? What did I make?
Was it something in the production assembly line? I genuinely don't know what I wanted to make.
I wanted to make a fridge.
Was that what I wanted to make?
I don't know.
No, that was not what I wanted to make. Wasn't those? I feel like it had to have been on a workbench.
Okay. Cake, 104 minutes. Did I put it in here? Where- Oh,
I think I needed a production assembly line. Ooh. Was it a weapon? I don't know. Let me go look at my blueprints.
heavyweight philanthropist. Okay, that's not too bad. Share 10. What are you? Girl,
Oh, it's a
you're a boy.
sniper mod.
Fabulous. I got my breeding pair of Pernellias. Stella, which was
Was it one of these? No. No.
Fitzier and Ron Cherry.
Was it something down the side? One of these.
Yes.
Yum, 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 kitty.
Oh my god. I never noticed that the Relaxosaurus moves things but with his mouth.
It does what with its mouth?
Moves things. Transports things.
Oh! Oh, cool.
Mm.
I think it was the sniper module.
Bet you wish you had a bronze cherry, don't you?
What's this? Okay.
Don't you wish you had a bronze cherry, babe?
Did you take mine from my base?
What?
Oh my god, you took my brown cherry to put my Relaxosaurus back. Maybe.
No, I had to put the Relaxosaurus back.
The breed?
Yeah. With a sit's ear.
Oh no, I've replaced it. With a better working one, I think. I don't know.
The bronze cherry has mercy hit. That's kind of nice.
Got one on it?
Mercy hit.
Oh, that is kind of nice, yeah.
Not necessary for what I'm putting it on, but
Do you have a Cinemoth in the farming base?
I don't have a Cinnamoth at all.
I want to put a Cinemoth on the farming base.
Why? Doesn't drop anything.
It increases the farming of all pals in a base.
Oh shit. Alright, don't forget to make another bed. Well, I guess you won't need it. You won't need it right away, but because they took the sit's ear, but
You took the Susier out?
just temporarily, so it can breed with the bronze cherry.
Okay, so we need to upgrade the base itself. Is what we need to do.
I'm gonna work on it. I'm working on it, babe. Don't worry. I got you. Hold on.
You got me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Feel like that laugh is a lie.
Babe, come on. Build a summoning altar for it to level up.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah. I'm not
Was that the
keeping.
last thing you needed to build?
No. I need a sphere
Oh,
production
the
facility
launcher.
too, yeah. I have it unlocked.
Refined ingots is what I need. Circuit boards as well. Refined ingots. What do I need for circuit boards?
I can make all of this.
I need quartz and polymer. Polymer required.
Don't worry, I'll take care of. Well, I mean, you might want one anyways, but
I will eventually, but if you got that,
that's where my polymer went. Okay. I was so confused. Oh, I need more pal oil. Actually, hold on. Let me go to the farm.
I am more than fine if you wanna do that one.
Oh my god, I will take care of it. I need to upgrade the shit anyways.
Oh, a cat already knocked. That's what was in the dark egg.
Nice.
We go.
I leveled up somehow.
I built a campfire in my base to heat up the fire egg. Maybe got some XP from it. I want to
Oh yeah.
I want to head towards the volcano to see if I can see Incinerams over that way.
Okay. There should be. One time I saw an entire pack of Incinerams go swimming, and I was like, wow, that's really weird. And then they and then all of them at the same time started making a drowning animation. And I was like, well, duh. What'd you think was gonna happen?
I mean, I can land on that rock.
We only have 7 and 9 and not 10.
Foot of the volcano. Oh, an achievement for finding 30 new areas.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
Making circuit boards. I've been trying to get this freaking giant egg hatched for like fucking forever. I'm trying to see it to be an opposite gender to my Wumbo pecan. Wumbo.
Oh. Ooh, and you're... Ooh, a pangolin effigy.
Ooh. I would say swimming, but maybe swim speed.
Could be.
What the fuck is
Or
this?
like stamina depletion reduction
Is
or
Wistella
something.
dark? I don't know. Just confusion, I guess. I had a egg came out and I was confused because it was a dark egg. So I was like, was Stella dark? Because I didn't realize.
Socks and bells. It's a good thing I've got heat resistant armor too, so I can be close to the volcano. Probably need 3 to go like into the inner volcano.
Oh yeah. God, I fucking love this song. The next thing I'll need on top of this is cement and corrosive solvent. Don't know what I need for those. I assume probably venom glands, which we have.
Yes, we should have a good stockpile of venom glands.
I love our ranch farm.
Mm-hmm. That simply was not possible in the if we were to have like separate bases. Like one of us would have to do a ranch and would have constantly have to be asking for
They're like, I don't mind like group farms and stuff like that, but like as far as like my breeding farm goes, my breeding farm, my production facility, and what will be my minestrone, whatever minestrone winds up getting paired with. I'll figure where that goes. Well, my production facility is gonna be mine. Okay, we need
yeah.
5 corrosive solvent.
Okay, there's a bunch of R-Soxes here.
Oh, easy. So is the next level up for the bases? Does that give us an extra POW?
I don't think so.
Damn.
I think it's going to be the one after that. Will give us a new base.
A new base or a new POW?
Oh, if you ask for just new power, every level gives you a power.
Oh, okay. Cement. Yeah. While she lived unspoken. I know the words. Totally know the words to this song.
Oh, the lonely people. That's the words, right? Where do they all go?
There are words to this song
Name.
that are broken. I don't know.
These punks Ignuses? There's a couple of them. These punk Ignus. Oh, that corn chip went down the wrong way. I'm dying. Got you.
Brett, I need you to move. This is why I need a production facility. This stuff doesn't fucking work here.
Yeah.
I mean, it can stay here. Like, you're gonna, when you come to the base. When you come to the base, you need to just look inside and be like, and you understand.
Your base?
Yeah.
Yeah, come and have a look at some point soon.
I'm gonna keep it here because, like, it is better than what I had before. But damn.
Still haven't seen any incinerams around the outskirts of the foot of the volcano, so I'm gonna head further up.
You should, if you go toward no, if you go south, and yeah, go south and then head south along the South Beach, or head west along South Beach.
Okay.
Should find more over there. If it's in the same spot, obviously that makes a difference.
Yeah, they might have replaced their spawn.
Okay. Level up the bases.
But yeah, there's Arsoxes and Flambells all over this island, and these punk Ignis. I mean, by all over, I mean sporadically spread, but just really common. Oh, just a regular Lee's punk. A meteor over here. A Xenogod.
Yeah.
Planet Devouring Dragon.
You found an alien.
Yeah. I saw some aliens before and they just ran off.
I have to pee. I'll be back.
Go, my love, you got this. You can win. I believe in her. She can pee and win. Along this beach. Oh, there's a bunch of shipping crates down there. Aha. Welcome back. Did you win?
On the toilet, then yes. Just on
On
it. Yep.
Nice.
Yep, on it.
Proud of you.
Fuck that toilet.
Yeah, I'm on the beach. Kelpsie Ignis. About the cat pretty knocked still. Oh well. Coming on an adventure. They are trying to be sneaky, but I'm anti-sneak.
What does that spot look like?
Oh, this is what the quest to where the next tower location is. Yeah, so this is the third tower, the lava area. I won't talk to him, but I will get the waypoint right next to him.
Just this random shady pal merchant. These pals, or whatever they're called, have an awful stench. Makes me want to vomit. Don't you agree? Not in the business? Maybe a wonder then. Sorry, I've got nothing to sell you. I'm delivering these goods to next village over. You know, there are these weirdos who throw away their money. I just want to sell my stock and get off this blasted island. I don't give a damn about what happens to this trash. All I care about are my goods. Go on and try and put go on and try and put a scratch on them. I'll make you pay good. Okay.
I don't know what I want to level up
But
now.
I don't. Uh-uh.
Is it even worth leveling up attack?
I haven't put anything in attack, and part of me like regrets it because like I want to put money. Wow, I want to put points in attack, but the thing is, it's such a tiny amount.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's 2 each.
It's like I don't know. And it's like, oh my god, see you, bitch.
Good night, boss.
There's
There's a Bushi here?
Where?
Um,
Oh, at the volcano? Yeah, a bushi would be, but not a bushi not.
I see. It's a level 30 Bushi, so actually catchable at a reasonable rate. To be fair, level 30 should be somewhat easy at this point.
It can be aesthetic. You know, you can be aesthetic with these pieces if you want to be. Where the fuck? Oh,
Hmm.
I was like, where the fuck am I?
Still haven't come across any Incineroar.
NPCs will overlook a little bit of damage, but continuous attacks will be considered a crime.
Hello, Tip. Yeah, it seems like just like one hit.
Yeah.
They're like, whatever.
Sometimes accidents happen.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes they do. Okay. I got a philanthropist Bushi.
Nice.
That's the skill that makes the breeding faster.
Yeah.
That's a pretty power. Pyrin knocked.
What is it?
Pyron.
Oh. To each their own?
The Pyron Nopt specifically.
Oh.
I haven't seen the regular Pyron.
Go up here and I would like that watchtower, please.
Blaze Howl knocked, okay. Oh, whoops. I was wanting to catch that, but I guess
Oh my god.
that works.
That's scary. There's a predator pal nearby me, and it's a level 42 Moraith. But the Moraith itself already looks kind of terrifying, like on its own.
Oh. Blaze Howl.
What does that unlock? Oh, nice. It unlocks a good chunk of the Icy Mountain.
Oh, you got a waypoint?
Yeah.
Nice. I've got a waypoint here.
Icy Weasel Hill Watchtower Tower.
What a name.
Mm-hmm. Think about it. Who is the Icy Weasel?
Me.
Chill it. Oh my god. No.
It is silly, yeah. I think I'm good on stamina. Health is fine. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start leveling up attack.
Oh, that's a Verdash. You bitch. Verdash. Oh, I hate that it's good at gathering. I'll put you
almost
at the farm.
I'm almost going up the west side of the island, and I still haven't seen an Incineram, so there might be more central volcano.
Maybe. I was just going based on where I was seeing things before the update.
Yeah. No, that's still fair to just like check for familiar. And here. Oh, that gave holy shit. Maybe like half the island.
The Verdash at the ranch farm.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's good gathering and planting and stuff like that. And I need berries. Berries for cake.
I like how we're doing like separate ways of getting pals. I'm mostly just exploring and getting eggs.
Mm-hmm. And breeding.
Mm-hmm. I will get the breeding eventually.
Elvis Stella was born. It's heavyweight. Okay, what else? What else? What else? He's a boy.
Is Westella the new like one in the trailer that you?
Mm-hmm.
That was
The cutie one,
Mm.
yeah.
I'm glad. No hacking. Whoop. Find metal helms. Okay. Fine with that.
Such bark.
Bleh.
Bleh.
Wah.
Bleh.
Wah. Wario.
There's an ad break happening in a minute. Tristan, you gonna watch the ad? You gonna watch it? Give me that ad revenue? Yeah. I'm just kidding.
I'm not gonna give you any ad revenue. I'm subscribed.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let this be. Oh my god. And that was Stella got a mercy hit. Is it a girl? If it's a girl, we can stop that being. It is a boy. Mm. Cake then. Yeah, this is our last cake for now. Before we have to make some more.
Cakey. Oh.
What?
A base just spawned in.
Oh my.
Ragnarok. Brother of the Eternal Pyre Martyrs. Okay. I will say the regular Pyron does look less nice. Inventory full. Oh my. That's impressive. Some cement. Mm-hmm. Die, die, die. Whack, Ignis.
It's a big egg. I'm gonna go get this big egg down here.
Rob Finninger, Ignis.
Huge frozen egg. Huge. Huge.
Huge.
It's huge.
Huge. Shoes.
Yes.
Mm.
It's shoes.
Shoes. I love you. Level 40 Bushi. Yeah, I think they might have replaced the Incineram spawns with not Bushis, just with something else.
Maybe.
Or whack. The Bushi wants blood. Update. Oh, cool. Meteorite descent in progress. Oh, found an Incineram.
Nice.
He's walking on the lava.
It's very daring.
Another Xenogon.
Hey, Zoe. Hey, you. Yeah, that annoying cocky pal tamer from earlier. Don't go acting high and mighty just 'cause you beat me. Yeah, I know you're strong, but now I'm kind of curious to see what you're really made of. Catch a Grizzbolt and show it to me. If you can do that, maybe I'll give you some credit. They only show up in the wildlife sanctuary, super dangerous territory. Grizzbolts are crazy rare and seriously strong. There's no way someone like you could catch one. Bitch, I kicked your ass. Pretty sure I could catch one if I wanted to, but I just don't want to right now.
The Cafferty Nox also sometimes drops a Venom plant.
Oh, dude, you can buy all the handbooks from with dog coins.
Oh.
Oh my god, that's amazing. But it's 300 dog coins, so it's still expensive.
Mm. I will come back for that Incineram.
That's good to know though, because I could probably get a T-Fant and get that bitch up to level 10. Watering.
Probably can. Yeah.
I'd be the world's best fucking T-Fant in the world. As opposed to the world's best T-Fant in the room, I guess.
You are my world, honey.
Yeah.
Yes, very.
Please be a girl. But I don't like boys. It's just that I already have 2 boys. I need a girl.
Yes, I meant to chuck a legendary sphere. Fuck me.
Please tell me it was like a level 4 or something, because that would have been hilarious.
No,
It was in my base.
Just
On the ground.
Just not even add anything.
Yep,
Not even at anything.
I've done that shit. There's a mod that I've considered that the one mod I'm actually considering is okay, it's not I don't necessarily want this mod specifically. It is like I want something like it. There's one that says you get the sphere back if you don't catch it. Like if you don't catch it.
Yeah.
I don't care about like I'm fine with losing it if I don't catch it. I want the spear back if I just accidentally throw it on the ground or just miss entirely. I feel like I should be able to pick it back up.
Yeah, I feel like you should be able to. Oh, looks Noct is actually really good in the base. Yeah, you can do whatever is available. Oh, by the way, I've got a dragon. An alien dragon.
The Xenolod thing.
Yeah.
Nice.
My dragon's stronger than that dragon.
Probably
Oh, I
right.
probably shouldn't mind this. Ah, swan changed to that bird. Damn it.
That one fucking way shrine has been annoying me. There's also another one across the desert that's been annoying me too.
Good to know, good to know. I've
Oh
got
my
a couple in
god.
unknown
Mind
areas.
Form and Mercy Hit, Heavyweight, Sleep Stroke.
That's a lot of skills.
And it's a boy.
Was that what you were after?
Nope.
No. Okay. I
Somebody to make
thought
me a
you would
cake.
survive that, buddy.
Go get that one as well. Oop, shit. There we go. Oh, I need to get me a Dig Toys. That bitch is gonna be awesome at the production base. I say that. I don't know if it's still gonna be good. Maybe it won't be.
No, I'm down. I'm dead.
Are you? No. What happened?
Incineram.
It full on killed you?
Yeah. I don't have my hand toe anymore.
Oh, I see.
Somehow I keep auto shorting my ammo. So then I've only just got a melee weapon to fight things with. Oh, I don't want to fight you, Mr. Bushi. Really?
Heat resistant metal armor schematic. Ooh. And it's rare. It's better than what I'm wearing.
Can a pal help you off if you're out of combat?
No. Are you?
Yeah, I'm down again.
Where are you at? Okay, I'll see.
In the volcano?
Oh, I can't get there. I have not even unlocked any of that area.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Enjoy your death.
I've tripled the amount of times I've tried.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you, thank you.
That was weird.
Please don't respawn the bougie.
Let's see what this takes to make.
Oh! Interesting.
What?
Bushes are actually interesting to farm. They give ingots.
Mm. Do I want heat resistant or cold resistant? I want both. Actually, I'll make both. I'd have to go get some leather though.
Nice.
I'm just gonna buy it because I'm not gonna go grinding leather. Not until it's fucking nothing.
I am Tristan.
About to make 2 sets of armor, one for cold and one for hot.
Nice. Nice. I don't have a cold armor at all.
Well, I kept running into situations where I'd get fucking cold. And so I'd swap back to like my basic bitch armor and I'm like, it's dangerous.
Yeah. Very dangerous because it's just like low defense.
Well, I was getting ready to go from pelt to metal armor, but I figured I'd go from pelt to refined metal armor.
That is a good upgrade. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. Okay, got my bag back. Going back to my base because my pals that do shit are dead.
But you said your pal's a douche.
My pal's a douche and is dead. Hashtag dead douche line.
Let's see what's in this random scorching egg. What the fuck is in this dark egg that's in my inventory?
Me. I'm hiding there.
Where did I get that?
I've got a lot of scorching eggs. Just so happens that in the volcano, the only thing there are scorching eggs.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of them there, yeah, I know. So the armor level I'm going from is when it comes to cloth armor, I'm going from 15 to 180. And then my pelt armor is going from 45 to 180. I think it's a bit of an upgrade.
Just a small upgrade.
I should make a better weapon too, honestly. But I don't have a weapon workbench. I don't know why I haven't made one, but I haven't. Mixing. Let's see, there's one thing I'd rather you focus on, and I'd rather it be cake.
Refrigerator, large pale bed, and refine. Okay, that actually doesn't seem like that hard of a next base level upgrade. Refrigerator, refined metal chest, and large pale bed by 3.
The large pal bed's the hardest part. Because those take,
High quality cloth.
and high quality cloth takes 10 wool each.
Ooh.
Yeah, look awesome.
You are awesome.
I do not want a musket.
You don't want a musket? And yeah. Hardwood. We probably have a good amount of hardwood here. Yeah.
Hell yes. Kind of life pendant. It increases my health, or I have a life pendant recipe, and the one I can make raises it, because a normal life pendant raises it by 1. This one levels it by 3.
Oh, that's nice.
I want to see what it goes to.
Yeah, I can get the souls back, can't I, if I level up?
Oh, it gives me extra 500 health.
Yes, the Tangela is swim. Increase the player's swim speed and reduces stamina depletion while swimming.
Nice. I was right.
Yeah. 5% per level as well. Actually a good amount.
Oh, I got a Dazzy knocked. Interesting.
Ooh. Ooh.
I want a compound bow, but I want a compound bow DIY. I want to test something. I know that I've been there before. I don't know if these respawn or if it's literally only something I could do one time.
Okay, the Blaze Howl Knocked is really good as a base power.
Is it? Is a base pile you said?
Level 5 Kindling.
Nice.
Level 3 Login as well, but mostly I just want it for the Kindling.
Okay, so it doesn't look like once you get a recipe that you can get a different recipe. So
Just one is Kindling. It also is actually a pretty good if you're going to be killing a bunch of neutral powers, it seems pretty good.
the what?
The Blaze Hound Knocked. It has 40% increased dropped rate for
Oh yeah.
um uh yeah, defeated neutral mobs.
Are you in my pocket? Oh, you are in my pocket. Hold on. Interesting. Get the fuck out of my pocket. Wait a minute.
Huh?
If you have a Dazzy and a Daydream in your pocket, you will have both out.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. And it has the same, these bolts will not reduce the target's health below 1.
Oh, that is awesome.
Oh yeah. I need to actually get a Dazzy. I want a different Dazzy. I don't want the Dazzy not.
Neither one of the Dazzies I have are great. I mean, this one. Oh, and the Dazzy will also give you electricity. So if you find chests that require electricity,
Oh, cool. Yeah, you're right.
Daydream, Rowan.
See if this cracked out the stereo. Finally, a fucking girl.
Do I have any calling bells? What's my best year?
Okay. So, is this my entire list? No. Nope. We need the smoky. Ooh, that one's gonna be fun. Oh, right, because we needed the smoky for something else. Smoky. But it's a smoky crest, I believe is what it's called. I specifically wanted the smoky crest because it won't sleep.
Oh, cool.
Bunchel smoky. Smoky. Knee. How to breed. Okay, chill it and
Blaze how.
did it?
Oh yeah, Wix and Noct won't. Noct Pals don't. Do Noct Pals sleep? Or are they just.
I don't know if it's all of them. I'm just saying, like, I just don't know. Like, it makes sense that that would be all of them, sure, but I don't know. Oh,
They might just be active at night
oh my
time.
god.
Yeah, it does look like Noct Pals are
Oh
just
my
active
god,
at
she's so tiny.
night. Tiny?
The wisteria. The wistella.
Aww.
Come here. Come here, look at my screen. Look how small.
Oh, he's so small.
Why when I pick her up does she honk?
She
She
honks.
honks.
It is a weird noise that she makes.
Honk honk. I don't want you, but ooh, you could be good. So you two are good. You got the handicraft and kindling if need be, and transport.
What was I looking for? So this is something. Still haven't been over here. Could make it over here. Kinda would rather make it over here actually, because there's no fast travel points. No, there's one here. Ooh, maybe I could make it there. There is a fast travel point over there. I just haven't got it yet.
New pouch, increase my inventory size. Plasteel. Crude oil. Extractor. Ooh, item retrieval machine will be nice. That requires pale metal ingots though.
Hmm. Think. I were to make a base with layers. So let's say, for example, I wanted to add, if I increase the number of pals that can go to one base, and I wanted to add the, God, there'd be so many fucking pals. It'd be so laggy.
It probably would, yeah.
I'll let you know if I feel it. Well, I'm going not to the volcano necessarily. It'll just be around it. I was like, I'll tell you if I feel hot.
There's a meteor ahead of you with the dragon at it. I didn't fight that one. The opposite side of the island is where the incinerams are.
I'm not worried about the incinerams. I'm trying to find a place to build the workshop. I was like, oh, this area is kind of like mechanical looking.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good looking base. I need to get myself a bunch of refined metal, so I'm gonna go to the
Got kind of a
Golden
thing
Mine
going on here.
again.
Like there's a path that goes this way. Where's this going? Where's this path leading to? Oh, it's another cave. It's just not open right now. It's a volcano cave.
Ooh.
And there's metal here.
What's that? Pardon me.
Don't think it would let me build on any of these. But I want to.
Interesting, huh? Out there.
Oh, what are you? Oh, is this the pangolin? Yeah.
Yeah, the bluey glowy. Bluey blowy.
I brought no fucking resources.
Oh no.
I was like, let me test to see if I can build here. Nothing. Oh well. Get down here and chop this tree down. This is singular tree in this area. Should make a better axe. Should make a better weapon. Oh my god.
Mhm.
I'm getting hardwood.
Oh,
You get hardwood from the volcano area?
Yep. Looks like it.
Cool.
Ooh. Oh, whoops. Sorry, Papa.
Bushi, help me out here. Oh, I have to walk away. Bushi is too hot, bruh.
Oh, because he's a kindling power. A fire power, dude.
It's like intense heat as soon as I pulled him out. Well, I was hoping for some fucking normal wood, but you know, whatever. I guess I'll go to the beach.
That's good to know, though.
Mm-hmm. I haven't tried the ones on the beach yet, but I do know that these ones closer, like more towards the center. Oh, apparently there's a quest over here to search for clues about the next tower. You want to talk to that guy?
Yeah, I can talk to that guy. You can talk to him. I've got a fast travel point right next to
Okay.
him.
Oh, you're a pal tamer, huh? Must be a decent one, if you made it all the way here. Me, I was stationed at this village by the PDIF. To tell you the truth, there's been some trouble going on lately. I've actually got a quest for you if you're interested. Yeah. Right, so I was hoping you can look into a strange group activity in this area, the Brothers of Eternal Pyre. Lately, they've been challenging random people to fights, wild pals too. But they don't push anyone who turns them down, so they're not demanding money or goods either. Not knowing their reasons for doing so is putting the villagers on edge. You want to start by asking one of the locals about a recent encounter. Thanks in advance, Tamer. Tamer. He's saying I'm tame. Okay, so the beech trees are just regular wood.
That's good to know. That's actually good for this island. Okay, because you read all that out, I can just skip through it. Listen to what the villagers have to say. I'm gonna take a quick pit stop to my base to unload all the coal that I just mined.
I'm gonna take a pit stop to my base to unload all this hardwood I've just picked up.
Yippee!
How much should I get from that one tree?
You want to get 100 hardwood.
I got 39.
Yeah, keep going until you get 100 hardwood.
Why?
That's how much is needed for the logging camp too,
Ah.
which then that will generate you hardwood wherever you are.
Ah. Okay, well, good to know. I can't even unlock that right now. I need to kill some bosses.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, we can go around killing some bosses if you want. It's really funny how the first boss you come across is a little 38 mana rest. It's a bit insane. I have that. Weird.
No, I wanted that wood.
Oh, Sealed Realm of Terraria.
Where? I want to mark that on my map.
It's literally south from the town where you talk to the guy for the quest. It's in the water. Probably gonna need a water power.
Oh,
Making it settle.
okay, I'll figure it out later.
I don't have research for it. But...
I'm gonna check up here really quick. I don't know if I'll be able to build up here. I probably won't, but I still want to try. Because for some reason it doesn't want me to build on these cool structures.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Placed on ground, see him. Where's it taking me to? I don't know where it's taking me to. Man, these areas would be so cool to build in. Time to get a mod. Let me build whatever the fuck I want.
You build it there because it's a sloped cliff.
No, because it says it's not on the ground.
I wonder if you can. I wonder if you can build like pillars and then build like a support platform first.
I'd have to like go under the fucking ground.
Ah,
Just because of the way it's built. And it'd be like way fucking down. There are ways you can build pillars and stuff like that for like certain areas, but not like that.
yeah.
Oh, yes, a volcano. I'm gonna go over there and see if it has a blueprint I could use. Oh my god. So I'm sitting here and I'm flying through here, right? For some reason, my brain looked at the sulfur rocks and thought those were going to be rock golems because of
Oh.
Ark. In the volcano area, if you saw sulfur rocks or rocks that were like that light brown color, there was a chance that they could be rock golems.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Guess I'll go north. So everything makes sense. I don't think I'll build on the volcano if I can't build in the little. It's so cool.
It would be so cool, but that's
The
unfortunate.
thing is that's one of the things I liked about Extinction whenever it came out for Ark is I was able to utilize the ruins, you know. I was able to make
Yeah.
that shit look good.
Ooh. I just got something that would be useful for breeding. Celery with lavish hospitality, which is a rainbow passive. I'm not sure what, but it is a rainbow passive.
Hmm.
Going back to my base now to check.
I'm going back to my base too. But not for that reason.
Oh no!
I'm going for a completely different reason. Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 2:42 p.m.
This day has been flying by.
That it has been. That it has been. What has been? Oh wow, lavish hospitality you want on Party Pals.
What is that?
You drop items at plus 100%.
Oh, wow. What am I making? I don't even remember what you guys make. I was all like, ooh, I'm gonna breed a chill in a Westella to get something that I don't fucking remember. Oh, right. The smoky. I need a smoky, and then I need a smoky chillet. No, I need an icy. Icy? How do I get the icy one? So this is how to get the smoky. And to get the smoky crest, I need a munchill. A munchill? I can just catch.
Okay, I will take this
Actually, I
blazer
think
mutt.
I'd need to fish them up. So can I just breed? How can I breed them? Save it?
Um, I like this blazer mutt.
Okay.
6 kindling, 7 mining.
Nice. I can do.
Genuinely gonna replace my memorist. Oh yeah, that mine's so fucking fast.
Smoky is unstable.
I'm going to just have it as a minor. You don't need a Kindle. It's also got Flame Emperor and Artisan.
Tiffy, not Tiffy. Don't tell me. Oh, there it is. I was like, you can't tell me I haven't caught a single Tiffy. Alright, I need it to be I think a girl. No, I need it to be a boy. What's that? Where am I going? What am I doing? Brain. Brain. I lost my brain for a second.
I can't feel my face when I'm with you.
Is that what you're listening to?
No.
I was like, that's not what this is.
It's not at all what I'm listening to. I'm just weird.
Yeah, but that's why I like you.
She likes me because I'm weird. She's weird too because she likes me. It just so happens to come with the liking me. Sorry, my love. It has to be this way.
No. Nice.
Oh, where did that go?
Oh my god, that was so aggressive. What?
Something came and attacked the base. I
Mm-hmm.
think it was Relaxosaurus got too close.
Mm-hmm.
And it just got launched to space. I need stone. I know I've got a good stockpile of stone. I'm gonna put you onto ore.
Let's see what's in this rocky egg.
This I need to.
Oh, I have so much work to do. I'm so glad, like, I intend on playing this for a fucking long time because I have a lot of work to do.
Mm-hmm. I'm so glad too. I'm gonna go through like the starting area and catch the pals I haven't caught 5 of.
Okay, smart.
Helps me level up my new pal in my party.
True. I'm trying to put off leveling up because otherwise leveling is gonna be a fucking grind. Ew, palmetto things. I didn't even unlock the recipe for gunpowder. I did not. Oh, that's annoying. Icy baby. This
Do you see
is
me?
a...
Oh no, I died.
Oh no.
I did not expect to die. Did I win though?
Yeah,
Yeah, I won the fight though.
Alright.
I called the Mamma as a boss.
So I'm trying to get... What do I need? A male. A male version of whatever the heck pops out of this egg. Go to the other farm. I gotta figure out like why, because like if I go to the farm, right, the ranch farm,
Yeah.
I've got really good planters and breeders, or really good planters and gatherers and waterers and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. They're fine. They're producing fine. I felt like they were going really slow, but they're not. I think I was just eating berries a lot faster than I. It's also probably because like things are eating off of it too, because they're producing.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh,
All right, 10 seconds. Please be a boy, whatever you are. I think it's an icy whale thingy. Icy fish? I don't know. Munchill. Oh, that's cool. So this
okay.
pal, listen, while in party, reduces the weight of ingredients and food by 30%, and when paired with another ice pal, their rot speed also reduces by 30%.
Oh, cool.
It's a girl. No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't want to see it though. What does it look like? Because its image looks really. Oh my God. What are you? What? Tristan, are you at the base? Are you at your base?
I am not at my base.
Fine. I'm going over by the chillet. Just so I could fucking show you the shit. I don't know how to explain the existence of this thing.
I'm coming to you. Hey, honey.
Hi. Okay. Are you ready to see this thing?
Yes.
That is a hamster. That's not what I was trying to show you.
Hamster! Oh my god, I've never seen one before. It's just a mouse with a tail.
What the fuck is this?
It's like that stage of tadpole where they've grown legs but still have a tail.
He's very cold.
Oh no.
Sorry, she, my bad. Didn't mean to misgender you.
Yes, you did. Wee. Got a new pal.
Now I need another cake.
Cake. What's the thing you're missing to make cakes?
Thing.
Nothing. You just gotta make them.
The thing is, like, I don't want to keep making them in bulk because then they spoil.
Yeah, it's basically you can only really make them to order.
Mm-hmm.
Bake. Oh no.
Of course, I'm sitting there with one of those crazy incubators, and I'm gonna go back to back to back to back to back and just put piles of cake in there. That's different.
Oh!
That will be.
We haven't got those incubators yet though.
No. Oh my God, I almost broke the base again.
Yippee! Okay, these two are the last two.
I need to go take care of a couple bosses. Apparently, I'm taking this thing with me. This, this icy mouth thing.
Um, what bosses do you need? What boss are you gonna go after?
The Fox Sparks Christ.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've discovered the bosses on that island. I've discovered the Dummond on that island. The Dummud on the island across from it.
Yeah.
Oh, you survived? Don't leave your egg, that's your home. Man, wow, you really don't want to be owned by me.
Fuck was I going? Okay, apparently I was headed a different direction.
Wow. That's what Noxes I need.
I don't want to. I was hoping there was a chance, a very small chance, but it was a chance.
Cancel what?
That's what I was hoping. There was a chance, it was a small chance he was sleeping.
Oh. Oh yeah, I love it when the bosses are asleep.
Damn, I killed it. I was trying to catch it.
Weak little boss.
I had to kill so many bosses. I can make glass.
Oh, nice.
Still probably not going to worry about doing it until I can get the Japanese stuff too. I probably won't honestly rebuild the stuff until I get to the new location. Cause like I think once I unlock the Japanese stuff, I could actually probably move over to the new spot.
Yes, yeah, that's the big thing stopping you, isn't it?
No, the big thing stopping me is levels.
Nah, believe
I don't know if I want to go over to level 50 area when I'm in my 30s, you know?
I think you could do it. What's that boss you're heading for
I
now?
don't know. It's a question mark.
Ah, it's a question mark for both of us. Nice.
Out of service, out of Africa, I'll never play about. Getting wildly out of weed. Oh, it's a Nightwing? Yep, it's a Nightwing.
Oh, cool.
I don't have one of these yet.
Oh, hello, Zoe. I've also got the quest to go and catch a Grisbolt. Now.
Yeah, I got it.
Nice.
And now I'm gonna go get the Dumod. Just can't wait to begin. Because these things, like, I only get like one ancient technology point for each of these bosses that I kill, and I need like 12.
Yeah. I'm gonna use Pell Souls to level up my flyer. I can always get them back later. And it's a lot cheaper now as well.
All right, what can I unlock? Ore mining site 2.
Oh yeah, it's nice and cheap.
Yep, I'll do the ore mining site 2. Sweet. Still got some stuff over there we want to unlock, but so far, that's a pretty good start. Go check out my breeding pairs. I still need to find a fucking place to build. I'm so like, everything seems so fucking mid every time I find somewhere. I feel like I'm probably going to wind up building, well, my ultimate base probably, no, I say that. I don't know about the ultimate base. And that's another thing too. It's like, it's not even meant to be ultimate. But the thing is like, I want it to last until endgame, so I know it's going to be wherever it is for a while. Because I think ultimately, it's either going to wind up in the Sky Islands, or there's this purple area over in Faybreak that's really pretty.
Yeah. Faybreak
And that's shit standard.
is gonna be a while.
Yeah, that's why I was like, wherever I build it, I want it, it's going to be there for a minute. This is not where I'm meant to go. I'm meant to go back to the base.
Another flame eggs.
Did you finish making a cake? Good job. Now we give a
Another
cake to
flame
these guys.
now.
Have cake. We eat cake. You'll give me egg. Thank you. Now let's hope it is boy. Be egg. Be boy egg.
Chef Boyardee. The egg. Let me build.
They're so tiny and cute.
Are we talking about ourselves? You're not tiny and cute?
No. Giant.
Oh my gosh, she's so weird.
Why do I have this like desire to put a custom model into every fucking game? Like I'm just like, you know, it'd be really cool if there was like a skin of like my dress.
I think you just love your model.
I really do. Not this one that I have on for anybody who might be watching in the future. The one I'm going to be debuting in.
Mm-hmm.
It looks so good.
What am I trying to make as a road saddle?
It is a boy!
Pink off.
And it's got a burly body. That's nice.
Nice.
Sanity drops faster, which is not the greatest. But it's fine. It's just for breeding pairs. Yeah.
Okay, now I can ride my Azarove around.
What?
My Azarove I can ride around in the water.
I see.
Made the saddle for it. To be fair, I kind of want that Azarove. I'm gonna go after the boss Azarove if you wanna join. It's a little 40.
No. I appreciate the offer. Where the fuck did that Smokey go? I'm so dumb. Where'd it go? Oh, it's up here. Oh my god, it's so cute. Can't wait to have like a little icy version of it. Oh my god, are you good?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm killing some sweepers.
Okay.
It's actually good for wool.
Do you need help with the Azure?
I don't know how dangerous it's gonna be.
I'll come. I'm coming.
I think I'll be fine. I think the hardest part
Already
is gonna
on the
be...
way, babe. Hardest part's gonna be what?
luring it close enough to catch it. Okay, it's that further one. Hey, honey. It's this one just here. Oh. Oh, I got paralyzed.
Nice.
I think that was from your dizzy or something.
I don't have a dizzy.
Ah,
Or Dazzy.
Dazzy.
There you go.
Logging foreman, what a useful skill.
And I also got points towards it too.
Yeah. That's why I offered that year. I thought I would be okay with it, which...
It went a lot faster with both of us.
Mm-hmm.
Size content.
Exactly. I can't wait until we get up to doing raids.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna need some good shit for raids, because like they're no joke based on what I was hearing. It's like they're fucking tough.
We're not gonna be laughing.
I just don't want to go in there and have my shit handed to me, you know?
Yeah. Completely fair.
The pee. And we'll be back.
Hydro laser. Go, my love. Be fine with a giggle. Maybe not. Okay, go. Did I just shoot the body? I think I did. Yummy. It's actually a good ground pal as well. I genuinely think it doesn't have any slowdown on land, and it just zooms in the water. Hey, honey. Hey, yo.
Oh my god. I came back to Baby Shark.
Yep. Bastard, get in the bowl.
We can't build on the metal structures. Hmm. Alright, I'm gonna go over there and do that.
This Azeroth is very fast on land.
Yeah, it is, right? It's surprisingly fast. I have a dark egg, which will hopefully create a dark icy pal.
Like, honestly, my flyer and Azeroth, all I need. Full movement in my team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more than happy to just keep them until I get to the point of needing an upgrade.
Trying to look through the stuff that I have. I don't make this just to say I made it. Just because it looks kind of cool. Oh, but I can make this. Oh, but I can make this. I think I'll upgrade. Just gonna go ahead and casually make a compound bow. Don't mind me.
Oh, you're up to a compound bow now. Nice.
Yeah, I've been using this old bow since the beginning. This isn't even an updated old bow. It's just a basic 65 attack damage bow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. No wonder you were doing 1 damage when you shot that Azeroth.
I was just trying to get his attention, that's all.
Yeah. I mean, it worked. Got its attention with like a.
Now the compound bow does 1100 damage.
Yeah, I've got a purple musket.
Yeah.
Compound bow is definitely going to be a lot better than this. Just from fire rate.
Where is the arrows? Refined ingot and carbon fiber. Ew, gross. Why you gonna make me do that?
Yucky carbon fiber. At least you got 2 different recipes for carbon fiber. One's charcoal, which is incredibly easy to make. Did money get auto sorted again?
Smoky Chris! Burly body, unstable, destructive, and earthquake resistance. That's a combination. Dream team.
Oh, this is food.
And that's a boy.
In the
Actually, I want to see
middle
the
of
baby first.
Okay, let me
Oh my
replace
god, he's so cute. Stop moving. Get back here. Stop, get back here. Back here, he's so fast. Get back here. Get, get back here. No. He's so cute. I want to catch him, but he keeps running away. I need a girl now. Hopefully it is not unstable. Itchy ears. Ah!
Don't
My headset fell off because my ears were itchy.
Don't be itchy, just be scratchy. The Itchy and Scratchy Show. Yes, there's plenty wrong with me.
Okay,
Have a sort out.
I want to go over there and see like what levels of things are around that area.
Daybreak?
No. No, near
Wait.
where I want to build the base.
Oh, in the
Bigger area.
oh, got a Bushi. A sickly Bushi, unfortunately.
Right now I'm level 45. So Lulu, this level 57. Oof. Yeah, I might upgrade the house and then move later. Not that the Lulu's attacking me or anything, but I mean, there's a Yakumo. Oop, that Yakumo's angry.
I think when you build a base, if pals wander in, they just unless they're like if they're a neutral pal, they'll fight.
Anyways,
Iki.
that's fine. I don't mind keeping it here for now. That's why I'm just looking for a work production space because like that's the only real problem I have with my current base is it's also got all the production stuff in it.
Oh yeah.
And it's taking up a lot of fucking space. Thank you so much for making all that charcoal. That's what I fucking needed. I guess it is technically. Next time.
Mm. I have no idea what this island is that I'm going to, but I'm going to the ocean
Oh.
from Rojima.
Oh, actually, I don't know. I've never been over there.
Suncrest.
I've never been over there. What is it?
Pulp Up Terrors. It's Suncrest Island outlet. Got 55, 57 Woolly Pop
Lollipop Terrace?
terrors.
Okay.
It's like a bunch of terrors so far. It's a really small island with just the one fast travel point.
Yeah.
I hear a Locky.
Do you? Nice.
A level 64 Polar Pop Terror. Do you think I can take it?
Yeah, go for it. He's gonna die.
Let's see which might catch chance with a legendary 5% chance with a legendary sphere.
Fine ingot. On.
There's a watering power. Oh, good thing. Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Eat this cake and give me a girl. I mean a boy. Or a gender that I don't have. Of this creature. 30. 15. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making something.
It said fuck you to my legendary spheres.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and got hit by an attack around a corner. Got it. That's fine.
Pretty much the same situation. The thing is like, I was less level than you are now, with the highest level ball you could get, and couldn't catch a level 50 Pernelia.
I'm just glad my flyer didn't die. Go and explore the rest of the island.
Every time your flyer dies, you have to stop. You're just like, oh, well, guess I'm stuck at the base for the next 20 minutes.
Yep. It really is what it's like. Nothing else you can do.
Okay. Destructive. Mercy hit. Conceded. Ooh, conceded's nice for that one. What do we got?
Stuff on this island.
It's a boy. That is also a boy. Damn it. But it's fine, because we like that one more.
Big cave island.
Alright, we need another cake.
Getting lots of gold from these chests, which is nice. Each chest is giving me about 6k gold. Yeah, it seems like the level of this island is between 55 and 60 something.
Okay.
65.
So I don't necessarily need to go over there right now. We have plenty of time. When it comes to exploring things like that, I'm not like super fussed about it. Like, we'll get to it eventually.
Yeah, I was more interested in the fast travel point. However, I will say I have not seen a single effigy on this island, and a little bit worrisome.
Ain't
Oh,
gonna take
happening.
long. So, coming home. Give a
Okay.
damn what these keys are for. I'm not down that front door. Find out what is made of. Too many nights since it's about us make love. Write some sheetrock, got some pictures of. I need to figure out how many points do I need for this technology. First of all, I need to defeat the tower of the PAL genetic whatever, but I'm still gonna need 5 units, so I think I could do that. Yeah, I knew. Painting your toenails pink.
What happens if
You
at the map
say?
edge?
Huh?
What happens if you go outside the map edge?
Do you want to find out?
No, not ideally.
Okay. Another.
Make me think of the Spore map edge. Go to Phantom Isle. Yeah, if you leave the map in, well, if you go for a swim too far in Spore during the primitive stage. Actually, no, before the primitive stage. During the...
The house is gonna be shaking, yeah. Around a pit day.
Called. There's a giant sea creature that just jumps up and eats you if you go too far in the water.
Oh.
The good Spore jump scare.
Oh, I got an awesome hairband or feathered hairband schematic. Be jealous.
I'm so jelly. Don't you already know? But I'm made of jelly. Jalapeno.
Doom 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 doom. I'm gonna sing a doom song now. Doom 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 doom.
There's like a crashed pirate ship here or something.
Yeah. I feel like 2 of those. One where I got the gloopy.
Anglers. Really gonna need these Giga Spheres. Maybe even the Ultra Spheres. Or just get lucky, that's always the solution. Oh, fuck!
What?
I didn't realize it's melee attack at that long range.
You good?
I mean, I'm dead.
Oh, so that'd be a no.
Yeah, it's a no.
I was on the map. I didn't see you die. Okay, we want to go to that.
Basically, they're like anglerfish,
Oh.
and its bulb, it just like extends like a fucking whip.
Oh, cool.
Very cool. But I was busy dodging the ranged attack and didn't realize they got in melee range
Yeah.
and died. Whee! Well, I gotta go back to the island, but from this angle.
Ooh, I get ancient technology points from killing bounties too.
Oh, nice. Don't sleep on them.
Mhm.
Just sit on them. Crush them.
Sound fat?
No.
Mhm.
I'm saying you got some thick thighs. Pop their head like
Oh
watermelon.
my god! Can't do that. You'd be way too jealous.
True. Phantom Isle. Alexa, what's the difference between an isle and an islet?
According to Wikipedia, an island or isle is a piece of land, distinct from a continent, completely surrounded by water. There are continental islands, which were formed by being split from a continent.
Alexa, stop. She's just giving you the definition of an island.
That bitch. Need someone more helpful.
Literally anybody else.
What's the difference between an isle and islet? An isle is a small, poetic, or historically significant island. Islet is extremely small, usually uninhabited piece of land. So there's a rocky outcrop, coral reef, or a sandbar with often with little to no vegetation. Okay. That's interesting to know. Oh. This is like a pirate's hideout island or isle. Oh. Yeah, I remember you exploring this one in the test.
What?
This island I'm on with like the caves full of treasures, like massive gold piles and pirate ships and things.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That wasn't that one.
Ah, that was the other one.
Yeah, the other one that saved her. I've not been to that one that you're at now. Big. But I want to see the other area over here because I like making my life difficult.
Oh, it would help if I picked up my bag.
There's
Wouldn't
attention.
it?
Oh, yeah, maybe. A
Yeah.
little.
It's kind of hard, catch pals with no fears because they're all in your bag.
Go to a round spot so I can take advantage of all of the space. So picky. The thing is like, there's so many times that I've Googled, what's great base locations? And the thing is like, they're always trying to show off things I don't give a shit about.
You just want to like an aesthetically pleasing place,
Yeah. And
not.
aesthetically pleasing is very much, it's like, okay, oh, fuck you, bitch. It's very much subjective.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Whereas a lot
That
of
spot
the
I was getting ready to head to is already where there's a fucking syndicate camp there.
those bosses taking the nice looking places.
All right. What about that corner there? That's not too shabby.
So this entire islet has 2 types of pals on it.
Yeah. That makes sense. There's 2 types of pals on the other one, too.
Ones it has here are ganglers and jelly something.
Ooh, nice. Well, then there might be 3, actually. You just don't see the 3rd one yet. Because there's a girl and there's a boy.
There
I
could be
say a girl and a boy. Technically, there are male and female versions of each, but it's like the feminine version and the masculine version.
Oh yeah.
It's like Jelroy and Jeliet or something.
Yes. Yes. Jelroy I've seen. I haven't seen Jell yet. Jelliet might be less common, or maybe just at night time. Good thing is, there's a fast travel point here, so I can come back later. Eventually, I'm gonna catch everything. 5 times minimum. Nope. Oh no. I've not touched fishing, and I'm like, meh. Right now, my opinion of fishing is I would prefer to have the inventory space for my tools and weapons. Oh, actually, it does look like there are weapon slots. I can get like a weapon bag.
Oh?
Because there's weapon slots that are X'd out.
Oh.
I just don't know what level that'll be. We already have one available, but it requires us to defeat the Tower of the Brothers of the Eternal Pile.
Yeah.
And it will be an ancient technology point. Which then I might put a fishing rod in with the extra slot. As a robe is such a pretty water pal.
I agree.
Master. Oh, I'll go to this one first. No idea what's on this. I'm doing a lot of water exploration right now. The map of this game is massive, and I love it. I love how massive the map of this game is.
It's so much to explore. I fucking love it.
To be fair, a good chunk of it's just water, but that's fine. Water's great. Great way to separate areas.
Good chunk of his land too. We haven't even been over to Fabric yet.
Yeah, we haven't.
That area is huge.
I wonder how big the World Tree area is gonna be.
That's true too. I haven't even been up there either. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 3:44 p.m.
Okay. Keeping an eye on the time.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go at like not sure what exact time, but we're definitely gonna have to be gone by 6:30. So probably you only have the alarm for 5.
5 or 5:30, I think.
Oh yeah, 5:30. Yeah. That island. I have no idea what that island is. Or that island. There's 2 whole fucking islands that I haven't explored. I haven't even set foot on.
Hmm.
Um.
And then, of course, there's the sanctuary areas we haven't been yet either.
Yeah. That could be what I'm heading to, but no, the sanctuaries have domes around them, don't they?
Yeah.
Ah. Yum, 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 yummy burp. Tastes like taco.
It tastes like taco.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because of the chips.
Yeah, the taco flavor. So legendary. There's 2 more tiers after legendary. Pre 1.0, or was there one more after legendary?
I don't know now. I have
Something, right?
no idea, honestly.
I feel like they've added another, at least one, potentially even 2 more tiers of Sears. One for the Sky Island and one for the World Tree. Finally gotten to the point where this island is starting to render in. Rocky place, but there's crystal all over it. Sandstone Gate Islet. Ooh.
Hmm.
This is a dangerous place. Brickster Luxus. Level 66. Oh my god.
Hmm.
My flyer almost got one shot.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, these things are hostile.
I can see that.
Yeah. Good thing is it has a big recovery after doing that attack, because it attacked and it's a Lux, it's an electric pal, and my pal got stunned. And it just didn't attack again. And its buddy didn't get aggroed. That would have been nasty. There's two of them. Apparently there's a boss on this island. I'm just trying to see if there's a fast travel point. I don't care about the boss. Are they fighting down there? They are fighting down there. Trickster Lux versus a... Oh! Sekhmet!
You found a Sekhmet?
I found Sekhmet.
Nice.
There is a fast travel point on this island. Okay, good. Very dangerous island. It's like a high 60s.
Okay.
That's very dangerous.
Good to know.
Sekhmet's an alpha Sekhmet. I wonder, are you hostile, Sekhmet? Sekhmet is not hostile.
Nice. She just wants to be friends with everybody. She just wants head pats.
Do you believe in a 0.63% chance? The ball didn't work.
Yes, of course I do, babe.
The closest fast travel point. Yeah, so ultra spheres do not work on Sekhmet. Or at least that Sekhmet.
At least we know now.
What's that? Oh, I've got an ultimate sphere. Dang. No idea. It must have been in one of the rubble piles I dug up. Yeah, that's definitely a late game area. Early to... I reckon 70s, probably mid-late game. Isle of Eternal Summer. What? Oh, this is a cute... this is cute. The sealed realm of Terraria is cute.
Is it? Are you in it already?
No, I'm at the front of it.
Oh.
And the trees out the front of it are Terraria trees.
Oh, don't go in though. I want to go in
I'm
with you
gonna
later.
go in there
Without you.
Thanks, babe.
The island's not that bad of a level.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Palumba. Fighting herbals, okay. Ooh. Fighting. Okay. Yeah, mark this as a fishing spot. Oh, you set up a base there.
Yeah. I don't know what it was about this spot, but it was calling to me. Sometimes it's just the vibes, I guess.
Hey, honey.
Honey.
Hi, babe.
Is this gonna be the Greenwood style one?
No.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing, honestly.
That's okay. Just have fun.
Yeah.
I still haven't explored down here. I probably should explore. Just actually go north from here and get the fast travel point I don't have. Sometimes done.
Till I get. Just putting it here for now. Just gonna dump everything in here.
My brain is doing some really weird things with the Rabani Botan.
What are you doing? What's going on?
My brain is saying it's a Rabani bittern or something like that. Not a Rabani.
Oh, I don't know.
Rabani.
Robot. Robot.
Robot. Fought that bounty guy. Probably a high level though. No, that's the level of Gale Claws. Haven't even fought one yet.
Get the blueprints first.
Where do you go? Where'd you come from, Garnajo? Where'd you come from, Garnajo? I love all the different variants of the powers. It's great.
It's really nice.
When you come from, where you go? When you come from, Garnajo? I may as well go see what this boss is and whether or not it's up.
Oh, this is for merchant. Okay. Still gotta look around. Make sure. This stuff, which that. It's just gonna be ammo, yeah? Yeah. Oh, shit.
This has arrived. Oh shit.
I hear visitor has arrived at the base. Where do you think they're gonna arrive? The brand new fucking base I just made, probably?
Probably.
To tell me that they're gonna get raided?
We didn't get the raid sound, so it's probably not about getting raided.
Who is it? What do you want? Where are you? I don't know where the merchant is. Maybe it's your base. Who fucking knows?
It... That's what I meant to do. The rip. My attack hits just a second after. Is any... Get the counts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this way. Yeah, sorry.
The big hat.
Hmm?
I'm just trying to, trying to fucking build this thing, and Bushi's hat's just right up in my screen. That's all I see. It's big hat. Yep.
He wants to show you off. He's proud of his hat. Yeah, that's going to be a boss there. That's a sealed room. Okay, cool. Right past it.
Electric furnace. Ooh. How do I make a bio battery? Oh shit. I can do that. I need a pal. I need a pal over here, like yesterday.
I still haven't caught a T-fan.
Oh my god, I've had this cake here. I totally forgot to put it in this thing. Here we go. Cake.
I've now actually caught my first T-fan.
Oh my god. I thought I was like, that's exactly what I was feeling earlier. I was like, you can't fucking tell me I haven't got a T-fan yet. Oh wait, I found the merchant. Yeah, you don't have anything I want, so bye.
Rip merchant. They are now executed.
Let's see. Who is good at fire?
Me. Yeah. Up. Yeah. It's from above.
This Bushi's two fire.
Two
Oh,
fire.
Blaze Owl. Sorry. It's Blaze Owl. He's five. Five fire.
Yeah, Blaze Owl is really good fire. Time bell with insomnia. Isle of Silence Church. Okay. Metal Merchant. What are you?
Need
Oh, dog coin.
you. What?
Oh. Ooh.
Like make 100, I think, maybe.
Let's do that. Give me another accessory slot.
Oh, I might be able to make a large pal bed.
Ooh. I need 3 of them.
Do you have the rest of the stuff done?
I don't believe I've done anything. No.
Jessie!
Jessie!
How you doing? We're gonna do this shit.
I haven't built anything. 6 screen.
Is that a boss place, or are they just that fucking big? They're just that big, damn.
Fine. Okay. How you doing, Jesse? How's your sleep? Uh,
Why? Why can we not this way?
oh, cool. I can build a carrot and an onion.
Stand.
Did I have one for fruit? I swear I built one for fruit. Jesus, what's going on? Oh, you literally just woke up. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Yum, 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 yum. Yay, no longer screamed.
This, I'm gonna take this, and we do a slow walk over this way.
Whoa.
What?
The ore mine in Site 2 is massive.
Is it?
Well, compared to 1.
Oh yeah, that's right. What am I talking about? Of course. It just did not fucking register what you said, it seems. I'm so sorry.
You okay? Is your brain functioning?
It is. I'm just distracted.
It's okay. As long as you're okay.
Good. Golden, in fact. So we should go.
Bad. You will here on all mine inside too. The all mine inside too is just a flat one for one, just upgrade to the site one, right?
Is it?
I believe so. Yeah. It's just a more efficient 4 location. I need to build.
You know, it actually makes sense to put the heavier things in the bottom. Let's do that instead.
Other storage options.
What? There we go. And I'll put these up here.
Okay, cool. Okay. Refined metal storage chest required. Oh, I've got the refined metal and I just need nails.
Going. Just taking a stroll. All right.
My name is Slime. Do. Just need blueprints.
Oh my god. What is this? Bio battery. And we need electricity first. Yeah, we could do that. Is this like an Animal Crossing version of Hot to Go?
I believe so.
I feel enlightened. Go, give it electricity. Go, Zap Zap. He's so cute. I love him. What for what? I want the increased furnace. Bio battery 4. how clean this is actually. 20 polymer. Over to the farm. Cow oil. Food too, because
Take
they've been doing a
those
really good job
out.
on the berries actually. I was saying earlier that I didn't think that they were doing a very good job on the berries.
Are they on now?
They're doing fine. They're doing just fine.
I'm glad. Get some refined metal chests. Is it worth using my refined metal? Yeah.
Did you already finish this? No, it's only at 23%. I'll get it up there.
I want. One of these was. Check all. I think it's just power ingredients.
Getting ready to have to upgrade to pal metal ingot things, so we're gonna go ahead and make the upgraded furnace.
Ooh. It's gonna be enhancement items and other consumables, I think. Other materials.
Cryogenic coolant 10. These things would not be able to happen without the fucking ranch farm. The ranch farm is awesome. Upgraded furnace. Well, not now. I mean, we're working on it.
Yeah, I will. Sorry, I was focused on something.
You're fine.
Yeah, the ranch farm is the backbone of our bases.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take all those and put them in the power materials.
Maybe I'll build something really bougie later for the workshop. And I got plenty of time to think about it. I think right now I'm just trying to get something down
Yeah.
that doesn't look hideous, you know.
Okay. Thought. These are all enhancement items. This one.
Look at this bougie thing. Ooh, okay. Pal metal ingots take ore, pure quartz, and palladium fragments.
Okay, where do you get pure quartz?
Different places.
I haven't come across any yet. like a rock node that
There's
it just
some in west of Lunaris. The Lunaris, you know where you got South of Bees and everything? On that west part of that island.
Oh yeah.
The if you go to the, do you have the Masanda Forest thing unlocked? It's just below the Verdant Stream Watchtower.
Give me a sec. My brain. How do you spell medicine? My brain is just
Medicine.
okay. Yeah, for some reason it doesn't look right to my head.
That's so fast.
Okay, which one?
It's the Masanda Forest one.
Where
It's
relative to you?
oh, it's not okay. Look, you see the big icy path with the big icy thing with the middle.
I see it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so go there, and you see that big dirt spot southeast,
The Masanda Forest.
southwest. Yes,
Southwest? Okay.
it's the big dirt spot. Go in there.
I see. Okay, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, there's a leaf in here. I should probably catch her. I haven't caught one yet. Hi.
Does you want to make this stuff polymer? Okay, so I need 10 more polymer. What am I? Wait, hold on. What am I low?
Look back.
Where have I been getting sulfur? It's sulfur that I'm low on. Okay.
I've got a stockpile of sulfur and I'm not using much. If you want to grab it from my base,
Yeah,
it
I'll
should
do
be in my
that.
horse chest.
I thought you said your divorced chest.
Yeah, my divorced chest.
Your chest is divorced.
If you go to the
Oh my
area
god, this is so cute. This little
Hmm?
nurse's station. It's adorable.
Yeah. The clinic actually
You said
seems
it's
really
where?
good.
Oh my god, Jesse. You said it's where, babe?
Do you see where all my chests are?
Yeah.
The furthest one in the corner.
Hiding it.
Yeah. I want to move that one to somewhere more easily accessible
Taken
to
half.
the fine. Overkill for you.
Jesse, you reading today?
Yeah. What's your book number up to today, Jesse? You last we heard it was what, around 80?
Yes.
Or was it around 70?
I think it was closer to 80, if not 80.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if you finished by now.
Oh, she's gonna tell us. Ganina, tell me, I need to know.
We love can y'all oh pure quarry pure quartz quarry, okay. It's at level 52. Yeah, thank you for telling me this is where the quartz was.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's probably a few more around close to the base, but
I have no idea. I know I saw it whenever I was trying to catch the leaf and I saw a shit ton right there and I was like, yeah, right. I just remember that. 98? Are you kidding?
Oh my!
What's your goal for the year?
Wasn't it 100?
Yeah, because she's gonna surpass her goal easy.
I swear it was 100. Wow, yo.
That's incredible.
Just because you hit your goals, don't stop. Just keep
Yeah.
going. See how many you get to this year.
Exactly. Now you guys can relax if you want. I want to pet the baby. Good fire puppers.
Nice work. Yeah, you already passed 50 and now nearly 100. Yeah, you are.
That's fantastic.
Only July, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
It's only July.
Alexa, what time is it?
It's 4:29 p.m.
Oof. We have an hour. So, Jesse, we are gonna have to leave for an hour, or not leave for an hour. We're gonna have to leave in an hour.
They're gonna leave, not you.
Not you. What did I say?
Jesse, you're gonna leave for an hour.
Jesse, you're gonna leave in an hour. You've read no fan fiction this year. That's even more impressive because that means your stories are probably longer.
Who are you?
Jesse, who have you been replaced with?
Oh my god, is Jesse
We
the
have to
new-
go to our nephew's birthday dinner, and that's gonna be really fun. I've never been to where we're going because I've never been anywhere in this country. But Justin doesn't take me anywhere. He just shuts me inside. His private little American wife.
They keep her safe
Say
from all the
Coon.
dangers.
But yeah, so like in an hour we're gonna leave. And then when we come back we'll get back on. We've been
Yeah.
streaming like constantly. So
Our stream schedule is Are We Awake? Stream.
yeah, pretty much. Or are we awake and home?
Yeah.
You're nearly 23. You're nearly 23. Oh my
Ooh.
gosh. That's true. Your birthday's coming up. Hold on, hold on. I'll be able to say exactly what day. Wait a second. Hold on.
How do you make the bio batteries?
Your producer. Most important is clip.
The battery, okay, it's gonna be something electricity related.
Clipped
Little-
from that day.
Yeah.
July 21st is her birthday. 10
Ooh.
days.
Getting
I don't know if she
close.
said that or not. I left the chat.
Oh, bio battery. I need an assembly line too. Okay. Gotcha. Assembly line 2.
Stop. Bitch. Stop. Okay.
This year has been flying by.
You want more space here? Yes, that's good.
One more circuit board. Tell him to make some more nails.
I need to put some lights in here. It's very dark.
My base?
Oh, my workshop.
My base is still open to. I haven't made, I haven't made a roof. Probably should. Any more coal? Okay. I could probably do with a coal mine. Oh, I want a dedicated mining base. Otherwise, it's just.
Well, that's what I'm
junk.
adding to my production base because production's kind of well, I'm not like my ore, my wood, and my all that other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
I never unlock the fucking. I never unlocked the weapons thingy.
Nope. This happens when I teleport and it's still loading.
Production. Production assembly line 2. Oh, it's the next level, 47. I was like, where the fuck is the weapon one?
A weapon too.
Yeah. I don't even think I got the weapon one. Maybe I did and I just didn't make it.
Have you got the compound bow yet? That requires the weapon one.
I didn't.
Oh, it didn't?
No, it needed the. Neither the production. Why? That doesn't make any sense. How did I make this thing?
Maybe it's just simple enough that it only needs the.
Yeah, I made the. No. Huh?
I don't want to use.
No, yeah, it's right here. Compound boat, weapons, but it's in the production assembly line.
Okay, interesting.
Fucking weird. Okay. Stop! I'm gonna punch a baby.
Punch the baby. Okay. This way, northeast.
Can't reach it. I'm too short.
Punch the baby. I mean, kick the. I mean, baby the baby.
Help me.
I've got it marked.
Helping me reach this high point I can't reach. For some reason, I had to get this tiny little fuck to help me reach this thing that I can't reach.
Revenge.
Hey, now we have light. Oh yeah, look at that, guys. Alright, what else is production-wise that we need? Okay, go ahead and get this stand. Okay, yeah, we want to get the production. Oh, palladium. Oh, right, I need the crusher and stuff. That from over here. I can leave the mill over here. I just don't want the crusher over here.
Got any plans for your birthday, Jesse?
She's gonna come see me, obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
She's coming to Australia. Is that right, Jesse?
I missed the question. Sorry. Oh my god, the betrayal.
He said, "What are you gonna do for your birthday?"
Got any plans?
The lion, hopefully. Just rest. That's a mood.
That is completely fair. Yeah, my mom's plan for retirement is to sleep. Whenever she can manage to retire, who knows at this point? She wants to just sleep.
What's your plan for when you retire? Fuck all.
You don't really like your birthday, so don't really plan anything. Yeah, that is understandable.
Hey, I thought your birthday a couple years ago was pretty good.
Jessie's birthday a couple of years ago. Oh my god, when she hit 21.
Yeah.
Isn't she in the UK? So it would have
She
been
was
18.
streaming on her birthday. Or not,
Oh,
she was streaming. I was streaming on her birthday, and I wished her a happy birthday on stream. And we did a little sing thingy with a monkey thing. It was weird. It was cool. Why do you hate me? Urgh!
I accidentally built a sphere assembly line too. I wanted the production assembly line too. There we go. Now I can make bio batteries, carbon fiber, and refined ingots. How many do I need? For that, 4.
See what I got here. I'm not
Honestly,
impressed.
rest is more valid than anything else. Not enough people value rest.
I'm gonna look at everybody's stat.
And go in this shaft.
Okay, we have a miner here.
Mm-hmm. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah.
Stuff. Oh yeah, this guy's pretty good. I'll keep him too. Why not?
I'm gonna make up the gigaspheres here. I can make the sniper module. Yeah, make the basic sniper module.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
If you refine ingots. Oh, I think on load. No, Damon. No. I think one of my nephews went through that phase as well.
Oh,
Child had a new thing where they tell you, shh, only you tell them not to
that's
do something.
beautiful. Love it. Gotta love it.
Yeah, one of my nephews went through that phase as well. All children go through like a no phase, but like that one's a special phase.
Oh my god, that makes so fast. Bruh.
One more. Requires.
I need nails now. Wrong. Do I not have any iron? I literally don't.
Oh. Uh. What a good surplus of ore. I just need coal, honestly. Do I have the coal mining side? No. Technology. Coal, 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 coal. Not after. Yeah, coal quarry. That requires 100 coal to make. Okay, that's fine. How do you respond to Gremlin Child when they do that? Still
I'd be
there?
like, bitch.
Sometimes the only appropriate response is to shout 4 and then hit them across a golf course. Whee!
Wait. Controller keeps getting sticky.
Okay. I'm trying to get my electric furnace built. Which is gonna require.
You guys are really gonna pile 3 of you guys on top of this rock thing, but you're not gonna have anybody on the ore.
The what?
The what?
I'm just talking to my pals.
Oh.
They're all like not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I've just auto like fixed worked my pal into working.
Yeah, well, I'm getting ready to do that now. I didn't think I'd have to. I thought they'd be elated.
Do we have?
So the space is pretty good. It's doing its thing. Probably needs more food. It's fine, I can do that.
Does work speed affect the rate at which a pal drops something in a farm?
Drop some. Oh, like in the ranch.
Yeah, in the range.
Oh, I don't know. I think so, but I'm not sure.
I'll just put a better mail packer in here. Seeds.
You need wool?
No, I was just like the mail packer that was in there didn't have anything great, so I replaced it with a better mail packer.
So weird. They're only dropping seeds. So weird.
What happened?
So weird. I looked in the chest and all there are seeds.
There's a lot of seed, yeah.
Just seeds, only seeds, nothing else.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely nothing else.
So I built a refrigerator at my base.
Ooh.
I mean, I could probably do the refined metal chest and stuff too. No. We're not dismantling the base.
Oh.
That base looks so much more quiet now. Okay, please be the gender that I need. Mercy hitting shabby because it sucks.
What, Pally after?
Smoky Crest. Still, I just keep getting distracted.
Yeah, it's
You're
been,
a female.
it's been a
Smoky. Oh,
while.
finally, yep.
Nice. Nice.
No, that's just a Smoky. What the fuck happened? How did I just get a Smoky and not a Smoky Crest? Oh, never mind. It's in my pocket.
Oh.
The Smoky is breeding. I'm just dumb. Male
I see.
and female. Okay, it's still female. Okay, good.
Set me on fire. Well, my entire army's going to deal with these van worms. Can't even tell where they are half the time because they get knocked around so much.
Still need a Wumpo.
Nice.
I am going to try actually to build the refined metal chest in the large bed because does it all have to be at the same base?
Yes, it all has to be at the one base. I have a
Because it'll increase the base to 5, and considering as I've pretty much stolen most of the bases.
yeah. I've got the refined metal chest. I don't have a refrigerator yet.
I can't give you my refrigerator.
Yeah, I think just your base is probably the best one to do it at.
There's stuff being refrigerated in my refrigerator. So I can go get the stuff to make. I'll go get the stuff to make the beds, because that's at the workshop bench, whatever.
What am I missing to make a refrigerator? Everything. It wouldn't be too hard to make. I've just got to
Where's
get this built. Ooh, plasteel. And palmetal ingots.
I'm gonna go back and forth a few times because I'm basically just trying to grab the what I need. So I'm just like, make a bed, and then come over here, make a bed.
cords, corn.
You was born sick, lonely skin. My church offers no absolute. To call me whisper in the bedroom. The only living you can stand to is when I'm along with you. I was born sick, to then love you. Command me to be well. Amen. 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 If you want to come to my bait, if you want to get the material, like, I don't know if you can move your stuff out of your Revine chest just to bring a chest over here.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
This one. Okay.
Okay, I have 3 beds.
Let's build this chest wherever.
Yep.
Doesn't take too long to build. And it should be done now.
Upgraded.
Nice. What's the next? Oh, guild chest and electric kitchen. Ooh. Okay, I'll take my fine metal chest back.
Tearing down
Oh.
my fridge. My fridge stays.
That one's just basically, rather than going from your main base, is going to be your breeding specific base, right?
What?
That base is just going to be like your breeding base, isn't it?
It's essentially my main base. Like, my main base is my breed base, but then I have the production base, which is where all of my, like, production stuff is.
Okay.
Like, I can't make things without materials. But the only thing that I need at this base is food and eggs. Toby, you good. What is wrong with you? Love. She just sits there. She just sits there sometimes and her eyes will go swirly and she'll start spinning in circles. What are you doing? I need a... Let's see. Oh my god, so...
Basically just deconstructed my engram chest. I guess blueprint, schematic, whatever you want to fucking call them.
Oh yeah.
I'm curious what that requires.
Did you see the chest I was using for my engrams?
No, I didn't. Are you using a shipping crate?
Yeah. I've just got 2 shipping crates at my workshop. One's got all the materials in it and one's got engrams in it. That's it.
That's cool. I like that.
Alright, who do we want to work on first? Let's work on Bushi, actually. Because I want to carry him around with me, but...
Oh.
What?
Hang on. Yeah, I do not want you working on that, Wixen. I managed to get some crude oil from somewhere, a chest or something,
Uh-huh.
and I'm making plasteel. I'm making 27.
Nice!
It takes ages. It's very easy to make.
Oh, okay.
It's literally crude oil and ore. That's it. So once you get like the oil wells up, just take the crude oil. You're done.
Need
Oh. Be happy with one of these.
3 cakes. Let's see. Sulfur quarry. Logging site. Have the coal quarry too. We'll get all of that. What's this cake? Make cows lay a particularly healthy egg. I'm having such a good time.
Me too. I'm glad you're having a nice time.
Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 5 p.m.
Fuck.
Hold on the dot.
I wanna get dressed.
What are you doing right now?
Nails in my workshop.
Making nails?
No, I already had nails. Apparently there were no nails when I put away all the materials. So there were just nails in my pockets.
Got nails in your pocket. Nails in your pocket. Why don't I have nails? What? Nails in the nails in the
I'm gonna
nails
go
in
make
my...
some arrows. That's what I'm gonna do. Aw, Jessie, love you.
Well, Mr. J, we are going to be...
Getting off soon, actually.
Within the next hour, we're stopping just to go out for a birthday dinner for my nephew, and then we'll be back.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not saying I don't want to go to his birthday dinner. I absolutely want to go to his birthday dinner. I also really want to play Palworld. Now, the thing is this can happen as much as I fucking want 364 days of the year. And even most of that 365th. He only turns however old he's turning once. I'm a very attentive aunt.
ooh, Plasma Mini Cutter you get at level 54. That's the thing that does login and mining. Oh, and it has the yield up on it as well.
2 bushies, 1 mini and 1 giant. Just vibing together. They're just hanging out. 2 dudes sitting in a hot tub, 5 feet apart, because they're not gay. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I love you.
What's up? What's up?
There is something called a cold food box, which lets an ice pal keep a food box cold, rather than just like a fridge. So the food that, your pals are eating spoils slower.
Oh, yeah.
That's nice. It takes quite a bit to make.
Yeah, but then I'd have to put my flour in there. Then they might eat my flour.
I need more polymer.
They might eat my flour or my milk or my honey or my eggs.
Polymer requires high quality pell oil. Okay. I know you've been taking all of that. Organic coolant. Make 7 of that.
You know what we could do?
What's
We
that?
could leave the game on.
We could leave the game on and running in the background.
I think if I'm gonna AFK anywhere, I want to AFK at the ranch.
5 Simco pods. Let me make 10. That is a fair. Now let me look at research. Handiwork.
It's way forever.
Is there
There
enough
enough
room
room at any of the bases to set up
an
expedition area?
Not at this base.
I might be able to make enough room somewhere. Ooh, it's fucking giant. Can I do it like along here?
This oh no, it's large. Never mind. I thought it was huge. I was like so excited. Well, the thing is, babe, you
Yes,
can make
honey.
a base.
Can make a base, yes. Oh, I can get it here. Ooh, 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 ooh.
What? Oh, you found a place in your base you can put it.
I found a place in my base.
Awesome.
It's kind of hanging over the edge a bit, but that's fine. It just adds to the cliffy look. Because I was wanting ancient manuscript, the Pal manuscripts, and you get them from.
Oh yeah, I do need those too, don't
Oh, cool. We can do the second. Go expedition.
I? I have not built this expedition thing at all.
Yeah, it's mostly just used for research, so.
Oh yeah, and you've been doing all the researches. Yeah, you handle that. You're good.
I'm honestly fine to handle that.
Yeah.
Uh, what's the toolbox?
See what that is? Yeah, I'm just gonna take that. I'm gonna put that in there. What is this egg? Where did this come from?
Oh, that's easy to make. Basically, the big thing that was stopping me from continuing research was just I was out of that ancient Pal manuscripts.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It looks like there's this freaking cat burglar walking around the outskirts of my base. What you doing? What you doing? I see you sneaking through the trees.
Let's see, do I have a good medicine pal? Oh, Lavanda apparently is a good medicine pal.
Should have some wood here, dude.
No, by good I mean 3, but that's fine.
Yeah.
What about if I don't make medicine? If I take medicine and mining. So
Oh, I don't know what that I was expecting.
uh medicine and gold. Honestly, Robin Will's got a lot of different handiwork. Transport is good. Yep. Yeah, Robin Quill, get in the base. Go and do a bunch of shit.
If we leave the game on while we go out, you need to make sure you have a water pal out at your base.
Yes, yeah, I've got a water power that does base stuff.
Let me planter. Oh. Is it you? Yeah.
Like it gets very cramped, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get dressed. I'm gonna stay on here. I'm still streaming. Everybody, I'm getting dressed now. I'll wear my Deadpool shirt with the unicorn and the rainbow.
Ooh. That's a good idea.
That way I can keep playing as long as possible.
That's
Just go ahead and get the dress part done. The man makes you wear pants.
I know, I'm so evil.
The man, as in like the boss,
The boss man you're
side.
gonna stick it to.
Yeah, stick it to the man.
Alexa, what's the temperature outside? Right now, it's 57 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 44 degrees. Would you like to try our game recommendation of the day,
No,
Night Manager?
no.
You can play games to Alexa?
Look, no. I mean, you can technically. It's terrible. I was just trying to figure out if it was warm enough for flip flops, because I don't want to put on socks. But also, if I don't put on socks, I'll regret it.
Lettuce, carrot, wheat, berry. Yeah, I've got a few pals that can water out to put out fire.
I'm fine with it not being alpha, but it'd be cool if it was. I'm gonna keep breeding them until I get something I want, and then like I'll probably I'm breeding 3 right now, and then between those I'm gonna figure out what the new optimal breeding pair is based on passives and health and everything. Being stupid. Eh,
Your controller really hates you.
it really does. It just wants me to scroll down. It really likes me to go down.
Change for me.
That's crazy. What are you looking at? Go away. Actually, I want to see the perfect opportunity for me to figure out how much damage this does. Nice. Are you in the hot tub or you just... Oh my god, so cute. Okay, let's see what we got. Workaholic and pacifist. Not great. Not great. I was getting ready to say not bad because I was thinking of it as like a base worker. No, that's terrible. Terrible for what I want to use it for.
Oh, you're not making a base worker, you're making an
This is a
actual...
bushi.
Oh. Ooh. My condolences.
I want you to fight with me, not your attack to be negative 20% and your sanity to drop lower.
Is there a...
No, you're terrible. No, not even considering.
Look in the immediate area. Is this coal? If this is coal, this is amazing. Oh. Oh! I've got coal and a little bit of sulfur up here.
Nice.
I mean, it's easy to access. It's literally right at the Bamboo Groves Watchtower.
I think I had sulfur over here, but I don't fucking know where it is now. I thought it was like here, but maybe I'm thinking about over there. Oh yeah, there's sulfur over here.
Literally just outside.
God
of
damn it,
the...
my weapon's damaged. The reason I
You know-
say god damn it is because I don't want to repair it. I want to make a pal metal tools.
Oh, yeah.
So that means I have to go to the workshop. Which is fine. I can do that. I just didn't want to right now.
That is completely fair. And completely valid.
I was just waiting until the tool died. Okay, what do I need for those tools?
Eisenhower not. What's wrong with you? It is a federal holiday.
Start with this.
Just like the rest.
That I got pals here to help me out with this shit, and they're just like outside. They're like, they don't care about me. Look at them. They're doing their own shit. That guy's eating. Everybody else just outside playing around. Okay, whatever. Do this myself.
What was that?
I'm just talking to myself mostly. 10, 10. 3. Oh my god. Gross. I see. That's why the high quality cloth is so fucking annoying. Because it needs a leather, apparently.
Yes, high quality cloth needs leather and a shit ton of wool. 10 wool and 1 leather, I believe. Each. Yeah, 10 wool, 1 leather.
Baby, baby, if you seek me tonight. Oh, baby, baby, I'll do whatever you like. Oh, baby, baby, baby. Oh, baby, baby, baby.
hell could I use at the base? No. Figure my Wixom.
Hope that's enough.
See what the Ace Punk Ignis does. I do also have a couple of Incinerounds now.
Nice.
I managed to hatch them from the
5 high-quality wooden boards. No, 10, 20, 20. It takes 2, so 40.
So if you're on that, Morgan, and the other guys on this mining, well, I want to get rid of that stone mine and probably that as well.
Oh, actual hardwood. Well, we can do that. Go here. We were finding some hardwood there.
I now have a coal mine in my base,
Good job.
which I am going to set my pal to mine a shit ton of coal, because that is going to be really good. Don't worry.
Sometimes chopping trees is nice.
Hesitated, so you won't let me assign you. Where are you? Even.
I like chopping trees in every game except for Minecraft. As long as the tree disappears after it's done. Animal Crossing doesn't count because like the tree doesn't really fall down.
Yeah, Animal Crossing. I like the I like how they made Animal Crossing trees like not like not have any problems. Um, 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 like how Animal Crossing just has no backs to the trees.
Oh yeah, I see.
They just make my brain's going slow right now. They just make them
That's such a fucking mood, babe.
yeah, they make him just take up less data by not having.
I think the verdant and I got beef.
Oh, I see.
I haven't even made the pal metal yet. Now you come to help me in the very last second. Don't look at me. How do I make this fucking? What do I still need? What am I missing? Hardwood. I still need more wood. Are you kidding me? Ugh. Fine. Katana. Ooh. Uh, let's see if I can make 20 pound metal ingots. Yeah. Okay, hold on. This fucker's surely got something going on over here, yeah? Oh yeah, we're good. We're really low on the palladium ingots. But I forgot to make the crusher. There we go. Yep. Fuck. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna kill this freaking controller.
It does sound like
I'm gonna
it's
take it. I am gonna take it out back and shoot it.
Oh
Oh
no.
no. Not old yellow.
5 bought me this controller. Better 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. That's not that old
No,
then.
it's not.
Was it just from like Thorn? Was it one of the things on your Thorn?
Oh yeah.
Wonder where they got it from Thorn.
Oh, I picked it out.
Oh.
Like off Amazon. A lot of shit was off Amazon. Anytime that you saw something on my Thorn in the US, it was on Amazon. That's the thing. It's like Amazon's massive thing in the US.
It's such a minor
Like,
thing here.
I know. I can see, like, I haven't used Amazon barely fucking at all. I've been paying for it every month. Twice. Paying for American and Australia version. But I don't use it, really. I go on there to find things, and then I get disappointed that I can't find things. So then I just go to freaking AliExpress or Shein. Which, I mean, that's for some certain things. Other things, like, I just go to Big W. Finally. Water. Looking for a water baby.
Really?
I really have not gotten good pals. Yes, this will work. I mean, yeah, this one's good. Wait. Fine, whatever. Yeah, go do things, I guess. Alexa, stop. So what time do we have to leave?
6:30 at the latest is when we need to leave.
Okay, and what time is
So
it?
we
It's
still have an hour.
5:30 now? Yeah, okay.
Probably want to start getting ready. I mean, as long as you're ready, we can go stream for a bit longer. I need to get myself ready.
Making a palmetto pickaxe.
Making my way, pal metal. Actually, that's really nice.
Okay, so 120 versus 30. This one might be a bit better.
A slight increase. What are you hitting?
Oh, I don't know. Let's find out. We could actually hit a rock.
Oh, you're not hitting anything yet. Okay, okay.
That's not real. 607. Oh my god.
Oh,
I melted that rock.
that's not what you're supposed to do with rocks.
You can do it with rocks. That's what volcanoes do with rocks.
True. True that. Uh,
Three. Oh, because I need more something. Huh. Oh, I needed more of the plate fragment. Do that, and then I'm gonna go get some more wood. Wood. The only thing I request of you, my love, is can you brush my hair?
yes, I can brush your hair. Where is this Relaxosaurus dying from? Give me a second. Oh, it's over there. Fucking rampaging Relaxosaurus that has.
Okay, I want you to know that the f- the next boss, like the next, like it says rampaging pyre or whatever, or brothers pyre or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay, so what kind of PAL do you think they'd use?
probably fire.
Electric.
Oh, yes, I remember seeing memes about that. It's like, yeah, I remember seeing. I think we watched a short about that.
Was it?
Maybe.
I don't know. The only reason I know is because I fucking went in there expecting it to be a fire PAL, which, to be fair, I fucking went in there with Bushi, so. Hey, he could have won. Hey, look, my axe is broken now. How fucking perfect timing.
That is perfect timing. There was something I was wanting to build. Was it the fridge? It was the fridge.
Zoom, zoom,
Don't
why are you
think
so fast? Zoom, zoom. Red light. Oh God, really? Wake up! Wake up! Any nocturnal fire pals in my thingy? So, alright, let's see item. Workaholic, nope. Spirit of Zen, earthquake resistant. I mean, like I said, we're gonna switch out pals to see like what the best combinations are. Let's see. Quick, I want to put some stuff away. I don't know why I just came over here with all the wood. No, you're back for a little bit. Honestly, we're not going to be here very long. We have to go to dinner still. But we're...
But yeah, and thanks for coming back.
Yes, obviously. Obviously.
Yeah.
Expedition launched. It's 5 a.m. Do you not go out to dinner at 5 a.m.? It's like prime dinner time.
Yeah, no one else is dead.
Thank you. I really appreciate that follow. I hope you'll be able to catch us when we come back. Because we don't really want to stop streaming. we just want to celebrate our nephew's birthday. And we're gonna go right back to streaming as soon as we come back. As soon as we get home. God, that's so much fucking flour. But if I leave that there, it's fine. What I was doing. Oh, I'm 100% going back to sleep soon, but I'll be sure to come in officially. Bruh, we're gonna be on until we drop, just like yesterday. I'm pretty sure the only reason we went to bed as early as we did yesterday, and by yes, early as we did yesterday, that was like 4 a.m. The only reason we went to bed early as we did is because we knew we had to go to a dinner today.
Yeah. Yeah.
We needed at least some sleep. Other than that, I'd have been fine. Justin was passing out. He's the baby.
I was passing out. She's making fun of me because
big-
I'm a neepy
He's
boy.
a big baby.
I love you.
I know you too. Cube. These things I don't care about. The only reason I can't use this, I don't have the ancient civilization core. It's not even the right area. Whole core I could do. I don't have enough points. That's what it is. Okay, we wanted to look at. Actually, no, we're not gonna worry about looking at it until after this bushi is done. And then we're gonna go through and we're gonna compare these two with the 3 that I've just hatched. And we had to find the best male and female combo of the 5. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, was I blocking you?
I got rid of. This? I can. Ooh.
I just like occasionally swap out these for like berries. Like, cause like I've got so much fucking wheat, and I think I just really need berries. I'm gonna do that. To make these things. Yeah. Right. It's not hard to make though. If I can remember buttons, that'd be great. I think that'd be a good thing to do if I'm gonna leave the game up.
Yeah.
I'd like to leave it up on doing something. Yeah. uh, like berries. That way I don't have to worry about them starving.
Yes. Yeah.
Or starting to eat the wheat that they don't even fucking need. Oh my god, it takes forever to paint Palmetto ingots. I would help you if I could. I cannot. I cannot breathe fire. I wonder if I had a flamethrower if I could help. That'd be a nice addition.
That would be a cool addition if you could help with kindling. Just with a flamethrower.
I like that occasionally the the Mossanda lugs will come over here and stand on top of this little power generator and just like he just like raises his arms and then goes unlimited power.
I love that.
It's so fucking funny. No, don't you fucking dare take a break right now. I literally need one more ingot. One more. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Thank you. Standing here with a broken axe. Thank you. That's all I needed. Now you can take a break. Or do whatever you wanted to do. Ah, Palmetto axe. So shiny. I know what I need here.
Hmm?
There was another critter who I need here, and I totally forgot. Sure. That seemed really cheap for this person, but it's fine. The ribbony. I forgot. Oh, this vibe.
These poor Vanworms. Poor stupid Vanworms.
It's shiny. Oh, it's going back in here.
How do they get a bunch of rush roll made? I got a bunch of rush raw meat, and I have no idea what from.
Rush Wars, I assume.
I haven't fought any in ages. What are these? I don't know. It's like oh. Ooh. Okay. My last egg in. It's a kitty. Take the headphones off the egg just now.
I'm gonna just get some more stone. That should be really fucking easy for me to get. Just gonna get some stone really quick. There we go. Fucking done.
He's a kitty. Look at him, Mr. Baby.
He's so spoiled.
He's gonna be upset. There's gonna be no chicken for him today.
Oh, I know. Poor baby. I'm gonna go here. I need to get 5 berry seeds. You probably have some that I could steal, I know, but
You want some berry seeds?
that's fine. I'm already here. I'm just gonna buy them.
Okay.
Brush my hair, baby.
Get my skips on.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'll wash your hair now.
Thank you, thank you.
Me. Yeah, get the bush and go.
My hair is in bad shape. I'm sorry. Minus this. Disgusting. Disgusting. No! Gonna cut my hair off, guys. It's not your fault. It's mine because I don't brush my hair as much as I should.
Oh, my fault. I'm not gentle enough.
How dare you not be gentle enough? I'm blaming you now, even though it's my fault, but whatever. Get them doing berry things because we have. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. This is sitting right here in this middle.
Oh.
I think I'm good on a flower.
Yeah, I've got a ridiculous amount of flour as well.
I mean, I can go. I'm gonna go back to making some later. I just want to get a good stockpile of berries. This should be done now. Earthquake resistant, which is very basic, not bad. We can deal. We're fine with that. There's no negatives there.
When you get to the early breeding in a lot of games like this,
Basically.
there are negatives as a positive.
Yep. Man, you sorry. Okay. Okay, I get to come off now. You guys are just not gonna hear me. You'll just hear my cages.
It wasn't too bad. It wasn't.
Not good. I'm not even look at that thing.
I think if we left it 1 or 2 more days, it would have been really fun. Your hair had started clumping together, but it hadn't knotted yet. Oh, it's the word. I'm sorry.
This is a male. It has workaholic, increased neutral attack damage, decrease in earth damage. I'm not super worried about these, and I don't want those to pass damage, being honest. This seems to be the so I think she's going back in there. As far as the males go, I guess we'll just continue with the
alpha, you know?
All the Bushi knobs to make the best Bushi knob.
Not very much. We not fucking we not really gained anything. Chase that one down right exactly where you went. I don't know where you went because I got rid of the logging camps. Yeah. Stupid trees. Pretty cool. Just by them. Over here for no reason. I guess. These two are already up there. I think it's already maxed out, so I think it just need cake. Alright, let's go 3 more. Oh. And the good thing is, it's because of the same thing. Even if I have a bunch of bad keys, I can still learn how to make those better.
Yes, yeah.
And now it's less to get to max. I think it's 48 as opposed to like 100.
Oh, that makes like the higher rank ones.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't made that.
You can get the higher ranks from either doing that, or you
Starfruit.
Starfruit, or if they're lucky.
They're lucky.
If they're lucky, they start with one.
Oh,
Okay.
So the
The
best,
best
star.
is to have a lucky and then combine from there. Details?
Mhm.
Been a while.
I know, but I just thought about the fact that like a potato.
You're a potato. You're the nicest, most fine potato.
I'm the nicest, finest potato.
God.
Like compared to all the other angry, mean potatoes, that means a lot.
Say you're better looking than at least 8 billion people.
Shut up.
Hmm?
Shut up.
I know you're looking. Do you want bows?
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Any color?
I don't care. I'm wearing a rainbow on my shirt, so it can be anything.
Oh, whichever matching pair I find first. Purple it is.
The rainbow, because I'm representing that my husband's gay.
Definitely not your
No, I'm not.
half girl.
Deadpool's.
Deadpool is the most pan of pan. If you give it a comic Deadpool. I don't know about movie Deadpool. I haven't watched the second movie.
To be fair, it's just it's a sense of humor. I'm just not really a fan of.
I feel like I am okay with Deadpool and small doses.
Deadpool is fourth rate sense of humor. It's part of his power.
That was a bit hateable. No, I know that he's just.
Okay, cinematic universe. Unless they added Lady Death. He unless they want to concentrate or just have Deadpool set in a different universe than the rest of the Marvel cinematic then he can
He can.
it's
It's
possible
possible
for
for
him
him
to
to
die
die
currently. Currently, too much
too much
of
of what
what
I've
I've
seen,
seen, which is the
which is
first
the first
great. Full Deadpool 2 and Deadpool.
the cake. The cake.
Somewhat funny that they changed Thanos' whole reason for wanting to wipe out like a lot of universe.
Did he?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
was his reason?
In the comic,
reason
the
is
reason is
simply to
simply
impress
to
Lady
Lady
Death.
Death.
He's got the
He's got
hots
the
for
whole
Lady
world.
Death.
Oh wow! I was sitting there thinking, I was like, Thanos did nothing. I was on like Thanos did nothing wrong.
In the
In the
cinematic
cinematic
universe,
universe,
it's not
not
morally
morally
bad.
bad.
I'd say at worst morally grey.
Right.
I thought it was an interesting concept.
It is a great concept. It's a fantastic concept. The reason why Deadpool is immortal is because of Thanos. Lady Death gets the hots. Deadpool. Thanos in his jealousy curses him using the Infinity Gauntlet with immortality.
Oh.
So without the regeneration, like he was semi-immortal already, his regeneration was ridiculous, but
Yeah.
he was like Wolverine, still killable, just incredibly difficult.
Right.
Oh my god, things have been going on.
I left for 2 seconds and Ravani already produced 25 shares for me.
Does that feel good?
Yes. Color
So when it's colored.
Yes, yes, yes. Next time we get paid, we'll look at it. And, yeah. What are you doing? Where is the other bow? What did you do? Got it out. I swear I put both of them.
Edit.
Oh, yeah. That's gonna be the hardest side to do right now, but it's still possible.
Did I rotate my data differently?
No, you should be fine.
I'm so stupid.
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, it's fine.
There's no
There was
berry
no
seeds in here.
Oh, no.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. They were really cheap.
They got dropped. Oh,
Oh,
down the
no.
side.
Here's.
There it is. Okay, thank you. Oh my god, yeah. Higher PE tail than I usually do.
Yeah, I know.
But I think it works better with the bow.
Okay. For you guys who don't think I actually do my hair in pigtails in real life, I do. Well, he does.
I do.
He does my hair.
Okay.
in pigtails.
It's much easier for him to do it. It feels nice. I don't know. It's not easier. It's just nice.
Probably the same.
Maybe to
Oh, yes.
fall in a little bit.
Do another loop.
Yeah, probably kind of just bit. Because these ribbons are like they're meant for they're meant for toddlers, and the fact that it fits my hair is so sad. Because toddlers have like very thin hair typically. Okay, nice. It is very soft. I don't know. I think like people want baby hairs and stuff like at the corners. The softer baby hairs. Trust me, I don't have that because all of my hair is baby hairs. That hurts. Yeah.
I will say that like three twists are the limit for this anymore. The elastic.
Yeah, that's fine. Female will take that actually.
Nice. Female, isn't it?
Yes, it's the second female and there's no negatives on this one.
Ooh.
Actually, yeah, no, there's no negatives.
Problem with if I was to do like low pigtails and then bows, the bows are like down here. Now, I just lay. I have one.
You put it downstairs.
Yeah, we can head downstairs.
Okay, good.
There's no problem if we leave early.
All right, guys. I'm gonna AFK here. I am not going to AFK while streaming though, so
No.
I am going to put my ass in this house. Actually, I'll put myself in the bed. But then we're going to I'm gonna head to lunch, and when we come or dinner, and when we come back, we will come back to streaming. Okay.
Yes.
Love you
we'll do that.
guys.
If
you guys wanna- If you guys want to just keep an eye out for the notifications, and we'll be back. Okay. Love you. Bye.